Greetings! My name is Asim Gul. I am acting Nazarbayev University Library Director, and I am pleased to welcome you here. Unfortunately today, during the pandemic, part of our physical resources and services are not available, but we are ready to help you online. Please stay with us and learn more about your library with my colleagues.
Hello, my name is Balosa, and I'd like to tell you about our library collection, the main educational tools of our library. Nazarbayev University collection consists of more than 200,000 volumes, which are 180,000 print books, 31,500 e-books, 65 printed maps, 4,084 theses on Nazarbayev University repository, 15,141 printed periodicals, 10,251 AV materials, which are CDs, DVDs and microforms, and 257 online databases. Also, we have 8 self-stations, 18 scanners, 5 of them are book scanners and 13 of them are tablet scanners, 3 printing machines and 2 book drop machines. Nazarbayev University Library is full of multifunctional spaces, 3 reading rooms, quiet room, collaborative spaces, computer laboratories, 5 in main library and 2 in medical school library, 27 individual study rooms, 6 group study rooms, relaxed room and children's room, media room, conference and meeting rooms, video recording studio, visualization room and active learning room. Some of them are available 24/7, others are available during library service hours.
Hi, my name is Joseph and I'm a subject librarian for GSE, GSB and GSPE. In our university, you'll find your own friendly and approachable subject librarian, which you may ask for anything, I mean it, any information-related question. To find your SL, please visit our library portal and go to Ask a Librarian tab at the top menu of your screen. Feel free to message us anytime and we will get back to you during library office hours. We also offer a wide array of e-resources from e-books to e-journals. Subject areas cover social sciences and humanities, physical and biological sciences, chemistry, math, engineering and computer sciences, medical and health sciences, business, economics, finance, public policy, education, geosciences, and general knowledge. Most of them are available off-campus 24/7. You are welcome to explore them as much as possible. NU Library subscribes to more than 100 scientific databases with millions of journal articles and conference papers from thousands of high-ranking journals. Knowledge can be created and disseminated in all forms and formats. Media and information increases every day, and it becomes so abundant that it can be found anywhere, anytime, especially in the booming era of data and information explosion. Becoming media and information literate individuals will guide us from the harmful effects of information disorders like misinformation. Dealing with information demands a certain level of respect towards those who quest and request for it. Respect for information need means we allow each and everyone to express and produce ideas, opinions, and expressions fully without any judgment or prejudice. MIL teaches us to use and evaluate information and media content in an ethical manner with a high regard to academic integrity. For more information, visit our subject guide on MIL in our library portal.
Hi, my name is Marina and I'm PR coordinator in our library. As you already know, NU Library provides extensive resources, excellent services and programs, safe spaces and applicable technologies. One importance of NU Library is to be a place where a reader can find a calm corner to relax, to quietly read, to collaboratively create ideas, to relieve the bad stress we earned during a long day of academic work. We ask you to please follow us on our social media platforms and enjoy the events which will be offered to all of you through the rest of the year. And of course, we are open for any collaboration with all of you.
Our resources and services are geared towards fulfilling the learning and research needs of students, faculty, researchers and staff. We are always here to help you through your academic and research life. Wishing you fruitful studies, success, and see you soon.
first conference title was Library Connect because it was supported by Elsevier, an information and analytic company which provides a global training program with the same name for academic, medical, corporate and government librarians.
Since the conference gained more partners in 2018, it was renamed the International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in University Library Development in 2019.
Hello, I'm Asimgul Timirkhanova and I am the Acting Director of Nazarbayev University Library. To our dear sponsors, on behalf of a new library, I would like to extend my profound gratitude to your generous support to our event, the 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference 2021. We appreciate you taking the time to work with us so patiently during the preparation for the conference. We cannot thank you enough for always being there to support us even before we decided to hold our annual conference virtually last year. We are very much looking forward to working with you, not just for this year's conference, but also to all our future events. And to all our participants, we are very excited to meet you all this 29-30 June. See you at the conference. Greetings. My name is Asimgul. I am acting Nazarbayev University Library Director, and I am pleased to welcome you here. Unfortunately, today, during the pandemic, part of our physical resources and services are not available, but we are ready to help you online. Please stay with us and learn more about your library with my colleagues.
Hello, my name is Balosa, and I'd like to tell you about our library collection, the main educational tools of our library. Nazarbayev University collection consists of more than 200,000 volumes, which are 180,000 print books, 31,500 e-books, 65 printed maps, 4,084 theses on Nazarbayev University repository, 15,141 printed periodicals, 10,251 AV materials, which are CDs, DVDs and microforms, and 257 online databases. Also, we have 8 self-stations, 18 scanners, 5 of them are book scanners and 13 of them are tablet scanners, 3 printing machines and 2 book drop machines. Nazarbayev University Library is full of multifunctional spaces, 3 reading rooms, quiet room, collaborative spaces, computer laboratories, 5 in main library and 2 in medical school library, 27 individual study rooms, 6 group study rooms, relaxed room and children's room, media room, conference and meeting rooms, video recording studio, visualization room and active learning room, Some of them are available 24/7, others are available during library service hours.
Hi, my name is Joseph and I'm a subject librarian for GSE, GSB, and GSPE. In our university, you'll find your own friendly and approachable subject librarian, which you may ask for anything, I mean it, any information-related question. To find your SL, please visit our library portal and go to Ask a Librarian tab at the top menu of your screen. Feel free to message us anytime and we will get back to you during library office hours. We also offer a wide array of e-resources from e-books to e-journals. Subject areas cover social sciences and humanities, physical and biological sciences, chemistry, math, engineering and computer sciences, medical and health sciences, business, economics, finance, public policy, education, geosciences, and general knowledge. Most of them are available off-campus 24/7. You are welcome to explore them as much as possible. NU Library subscribes to more than 100 scientific databases with millions of journal articles and conference papers from thousands of high-ranking journals. Knowledge can be created and disseminated in all forms and formats. Media and information increases every day, and it becomes so abundant that it can be found anywhere, anytime, especially in the booming era of data and information explosion. Becoming media and information literate individuals will guide us from the harmful effects of information disorders like misinformation. Dealing with information demands a certain level of respect towards those who quest and request for it. Respect for information need means we allow each and everyone to express and produce ideas, opinions, and expressions fully without any judgment or prejudice. MIL teaches us to use and evaluate information and media content in an ethical manner with a high regard to academic integrity. For more information, visit our subject guide on MIL in our library portal.
Hi, my name is Marina and I'm PR coordinator in our library. As you already know, NU Library provides extensive resources, excellent services and programs, safe spaces and applicable technologies. One importance of NU Library is to be a place where a reader can find a calm corner to relax, to quietly read, to collaboratively create ideas, to relieve the bad stress we earned during a long day of academic work. We ask you to please follow us on our social media platforms and enjoy the events which will be offered to all of you through the rest of the year. And of course, we are open for any collaboration with all of you.
Our resources and services are geared towards fulfilling the learning and research needs of students, faculty, researchers, and staff. We are always here to help you through your academic and research life. Wishing you fruitful studies, success, and see you soon.
This first conference title was A Library Connect because it was supported by Elsevier, an information and analytic company which provides a global training program with the same name for academic, medical, corporate, and government librarians.
Since the conference gained more partners in 2018, it was renamed International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in University Library Development in 2019.
Asimgul Timirkhanova, and I am the Acting Director of Nazarbayev University Library. To our dear sponsors, on behalf of a new library, I would like to extend my profound gratitude to your generous support to our event, the 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference 2021. We appreciate you taking the time to work with us so patiently during the preparation for the conference. We cannot thank you enough for always being there to support us even before we decided to hold our annual conference virtually last year. We are very much looking forward to working with you, not just for this year's conference, but also to all our future events. And to all our participants, we are very excited to meet you all this 29-30 June. See you at the conference. Greetings. My name is Asimgul. I am acting Nazarbayev University Library Director, and I am pleased to welcome you here. Unfortunately, today, during the pandemic, part of our physical resources and services are not available, but we are ready to help you online. Please stay with us and learn more about your library with my colleagues.
Hello, my name is Balosa, and I'd like to tell you about our library collection, the main educational tools of our library. Nazarbayev University collection consists of more than 200,000 volumes, which are 180,000 print books, 31,500 e-books, 65 printed maps, 4,084 theses on Nazarbayev University repository, 15,141 printed periodicals, 10,251 AV materials, which are CDs, DVDs and microforms, and 257 online databases. Also, we have 8 self-stations, 18 scanners, 5 of them are book scanners and 13 of them are tablet scanners, 3 printing machines and 2 book drop machines. Nazarbayev University Library is full of multifunctional spaces, 3 reading rooms, quiet room, collaborative spaces, computer laboratories, 5 in main library and 2 in medical school library, 27 individual study rooms, 6 group study rooms, relaxed room and children's room, media room, conference and meeting rooms, video recording studio, visualization room and active learning room. Some of them are available 24/7, others are available during library service hours.
Hi, my name is Joseph and I'm a subject librarian for GSE, GSB, and GSPE. In our university, you'll find your own friendly and approachable subject librarian, which you may ask for anything, I mean it, any information-related question. To find your SL, please visit our library portal and go to Ask a Librarian tab at the top menu of your screen. Feel free to message us anytime and we will get back to you during library office hours. We also offer a wide array of e-resources from e-books to e-journals. Subject areas cover social sciences and humanities, physical and biological sciences, chemistry, math, engineering and computer sciences, medical and health sciences, business, economics, finance, public policy, education, geosciences, and general knowledge. Most of them are available off-campus 24/7. You are welcome to explore them as much as possible. NU Library subscribes to more than 100 scientific databases with millions of journal articles and conference papers from thousands of high-ranking journals. Knowledge can be created and disseminated in all forms and formats. Media and information increases every day, and it becomes so abundant that it can be found anywhere, anytime, especially in the booming era of data and information explosion. Becoming media and information literate individuals will guide us from the harmful effects of information disorders like misinformation. Dealing with information demands a certain level of respect towards those who quest and request for it. Respect for information need means we allow each and everyone to express and produce ideas, opinions, and expressions fully without any judgment or prejudice. MIL teaches us to use and evaluate information and media content in an ethical manner with a high regard to academic integrity. For more information, visit our subject guide on MIL in our library portal.
Hi, my name is Marina and I'm PR coordinator in our library. As you already know, a new library provides extensive resources, excellent services and programs, safe spaces and applicable technologies. One importance of any library is to be a place where a reader can find a calm corner to relax, to quietly read, to collaboratively create ideas, to relieve the bad stress we earned during a long day of academic work. We ask you to please follow us on our social media platforms and enjoy the events which will be offered to all of you through the rest of the year. And of course, we are open for any collaboration with all of you.
Our resources and services are geared towards fulfilling the learning and research needs of students, faculty, researchers and staff. We are always here to help you through your academic and research life. Wishing you fruitful studies, success, and see you soon.
This first conference title was A Library Connect because it was supported by Elsevier, an information and analytic company which provides a global training program with the same name for academic, medical, corporate and government librarians.
Gained more partners in 2018, it was renamed International Conference on Emerging Global Trends in University Library Development in 2019.
I'm Asimgul Timirkhanova and I am the Acting Director of Nazarbayev University Library. To our dear sponsors, on behalf of a new library, I would like to extend my profound gratitude to your generous support to our event, the 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference 2021. We appreciate you taking the time to work with us so patiently during the preparation for the conference. We cannot thank you enough for always being there to support us even before we decided to hold our annual conference virtually last year. We are very much looking forward to working with you, not just for this year's conference, but also to all our future events. And to all our participants, we are very excited to meet you all this 29-30 June. See you at the conference. Greetings! My name is Asimgul. I am acting Nazarbayev University Library Director, and I am pleased to welcome you here. Unfortunately, today, during the pandemic, part of our physical resources and services are not available, but we are ready to help you online. Please stay with us and learn more about your library with my colleagues.
Hello, my name is Balosa, and I'd like to tell you about our library collection, the main educational tools of our library. Nazarbayev University collection consists of more than 200,000 volumes, which are 180,000 print books, 31,500 e-books, 65 printed maps, 4,084 theses on Nazarbayev University repository, 15,141 printed periodicals, 10,251 AV materials, which are CDs, DVDs and microforms, and 257 online databases. Also, we have 8 self-stations, 18 scanners, 5 of them are book scanners.
Hello, dear participants. My name is Simbat Abu. I'm a manager of Patron Services Office at Nazarbayev University Library. The 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference is an annual library conference discussing current issues and the trends in library and information services. Information organization has been one of the main functions of libraries, wherever the kind is. The emergence and development of technology have seen to be a driving force and a great tool in improving this function. With so many roles that libraries and librarians undertake to make them more relevant with the changing times, this part of library work should not be underestimated, especially in the new normal. Such introduction to technology has brought various ways and processes on how libraries and librarians deal with information. Yesterday, on the first day of the virtual conference, 3 sessions were held on the following topics: bibliography with speakers Aliya Saidimbayeva and Matilda Koskas. Second is cataloging and collection policies and practices with speakers Priscilla Pun and Anna Maria Frisnida. Metadata librarianship with speakers Timothy Thompson and Mark Anthony Santos. I hope you enjoyed yesterday and it was useful for you as well. Thanks to our presenters for sharing your worthwhile experiences on various initiatives in your respective institutions. Also, we would like to thank you, our generous sponsors, who have made this virtual conference possible. To our gold sponsors, Wiley, Microinformation, Taylor and Francis Group, and Elsevier. And to our silver sponsors, Springer Nature. Thank you so much. So let's get started. On to our 4th session on Digital Humanities Analytics. Our presenter is Dr. Andrei Filchenko, Chair of Department of Languages, Linguistics and Literatures at Nazarbayev University. Dr. Filchenko's research is focused on the languages, cultures of indigenous people of Siberia in a wide array context of Eurasia. He has led a set of projects and authored several publications on various aspects of indigenous languages and traditional culture of Uralic and Turkic people in Siberia. The theme of the 4th session is documentation of endangered languages as a contemporary practice of preserving intangible cultural heritage in Eurasia. Let's hear it from Dr. Filchenko. Recorded presentation will be played now. Thanks for the...
Documentation of endangered languages as contemporary practice of preserving intangible cultural heritage of Eurasia. Based on various estimates, between 50 and 80% of the world's linguistic diversity will disappear during the 21st century, meaning that out of the estimated 6,500 languages currently spoken, over 3,500 will cease to be used in various parts of the world. Most of these languages have no standardized or even any at all written form, and as such exist and are transferred across generations in their most natural form as oral spoken idioms. Sadly, multiple languages in Central and Northern Eurasia are at risk of disappearing, in some cases without any significant trace. More often than not, these are languages and language varieties that are little studied and not well described, which exacerbates the problem even more. Every language is a unique wealth of human knowledge accumulated over millennia and offering insights into universal and unique features as well as possible limits to human cognition and communication. So it is extremely important to recognize that documentation and study of linguistic diversity and change in the region must be among the essential components of any cultural heritage preservation program. Methodologically and technologically rigorous modern documentation of linguistic diversity is essentially an exercise in transforming the intangible, the elusive, and the ever-changing language and culture into the tangible, the robust and accessible linguistic database and repository with wide applied potential. Zooming in into the Central Asian region and Kazakhstan in particular, one can see that this area is an exciting arena of multidirectional interaction, variation, and change of various languages, genetically affiliated and not, including most Eurasian language families: Turkic, Mongolic, Uralic, Paleo-Asiatic, Indo-European, Sino-Tibetan, Semitic. However, in Kazakhstan, it appears that most of the existing local research tradition focuses primarily either on written Turkic or Altaic artifacts of Central Asia and South Siberia, or on the established literary tradition and folklore utilizing often conservative theoretical frameworks and research methodologies. Sociolinguistics, though one of the dynamically emerging research domains in Kazakhstan, still sees most projects being of the survey nature, focusing on identification and description of multilingualism situations and aspects of language policies towards previously identified speech communities. Very few recent studies have been addressing the language situation in Kazakhstan, identified as aglossic and unbalanced, with diverse genetically affiliated and unaffiliated languages of various structural types coexisting in the situation of extended contact. It should be noted, however, that in the survey and census data often used in these studies, linguistic affiliation is often confused by the respondents with ethnic ancestry, while actual level of language proficiency and functional spheres of language use remain by and large unclear and unverified, particularly for the languages which are not characterized by high-density localized diaspora situations, as in the case, for example, of Uyghur and Korean in Kazakhstan. At NU, there has been a few recent and ongoing projects focusing on documentation and analysis of the languages of Central and Northern Asia, including the endangered languages of indigenous ethnic minority groups. One such project focused on comprehensive documentation of 3 endangered Turkic minority languages of southern Siberia: Telut, Eushta-Chat, and Melets-Chulim. As a result of this 5-year project, a large multimedia database has been created containing audio-video recordings and rich metadata, organized into accessible, annotated multimedia corpora and digital lexica of these languages, maintained and curated under the auspices of the International Endangered Languages Archive, based out of SOAS in London. Another very recent international collaborative project undertakes to develop the multimedia corpus of modern spoken Kazakh language. This project, launched in January 2021, aims to fill the empirical gap in modern research infrastructure for the study of Kazakh language in its contemporary state, by implementing the state-of-the-art richly annotated multimedia corpus of natural speech in its social and regional variation. Designed with an intense educational component in mind, this project explores aspects of Kazakh language diversity, contact, variation, and change in the wider regional context of Central Asia, and uncovering linguistic details of the present and past conditions of cultural composition of the region. Apart from its considerable applied potential, this project also provides a crucial missing component to the existing resources on Kazakh language, such as existing corporate projects focusing mainly on standardized written language varieties, building a complex data system for further use in research, education, policymaking, and industry. The research programs utilizing these data repositories and methodology of their application focus on such large research areas as studying local linguistic diversity, variation, and change in wider areal context, aspects of multilingualism in natural speech behavior, including code switching, code mixing, language shifts, natural linguistic diversity and variation vis-à-vis language pedagogy, historical, typological, social, and cognitive aspects of multilingualism, traditional and contemporary cultural productions in multilingual contexts, and digital humanities and cultural heritage preservation in the region. Contemporary cross-disciplinary frameworks such as, for example, LAG, linguistics, anthropology, genetics, are the research ideologies that productively combine, in a triangulation style, analysis of linguistic, cultural, and genetic data, and allowing increasingly for a more rigorous cross-disciplinary verification of discipline-specific theories. It also provides for more objective, discipline-external interpretations of data by a range of new synergetic methods, building universal models of local ancient and recent human histories. Integration of data from various disciplines, such as, for example, linguistics, anthropology, archaeology, ancient and modern DNA analysis, has already proven to be an extremely productive approach to making inferences about processes underlying the distribution of modern and ancient genetic, cultural, and linguistic variation. Examples of such cross-disciplinary LAG-inspired programs include such projects as Genes, Language, and Culture, a research program by the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Human History in Jena, Germany. Cross-disciplinary approaches to the analysis of human history have been shaping throughout the 20th century, if not before. In linguistics, for example, early recognition of the utility of linguistics vis-à-vis archaeology interface dates back to early proto-home reconstructions for the Indo-European, Uralic, and Altaic language families in the 1960s, 1990s. Late 1990s and early 2000s saw first applications of mathematical modeling and statistical methods adapted from population genetics to the analysis of linguistic similarity and variation. See, for example, Archibald et al. 2003 and McMahon 2005. Bayesian phylogenetic methods originally used to study the evolutionary relationships and divergence times of biological species have been applied to comparisons of basic vocabulary within established language families to quantitatively estimate the heterogeneity within the families and the robustness of their subgroupings. Such studies address in a more rigorous empirical manner the long-standing issues plaguing historical comparative linguistics, such as the effects of contact interaction versus genetic inheritance. In other studies, quantitative phylogenetic methods applied to linguistic data help to elucidate the evolutionary history of linguistic communities. Following from the biological models, the macroevolutionary processes in language families were seen as driven by either cultural interactions or environmental changes that affect linguistic diversification. These studies allow to verify and challenge traditionally produced chronologies for various groups and subgroups within language families, and suggest co-occurrence with environmental changes and cultural interactions of populations. See, for example, Honkola et al. 2013 and Tradgil 2011. As noted by the participants of the Genes, Language and Culture program at Max Planck Institute in Jena, in analyzing genetic data alongside cultural and linguistic data, a set of broad research questions is addressed. For example, how and where do genetic histories match those from archaeology and linguistics? Or what kind of cultural processes create and maintain genetic diversity? And finally, how can genetic inferences be best integrated with those from historical sciences? Again, as stated by the participants of the program by the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Human History, the scientific relevance of the new interdisciplinary LAG research ideology is in that it allows to, for example, provide reference tools for geneticists, linguists, and archaeologists, or, for example, to extract information on genealogical relatedness and demography for non-geneticists. It also allows to frame questions in human history and diversity in a multidisciplinary perspective. It also makes it possible to develop more realistic understanding of the complex mechanisms behind cultural transmission. Finally, it allows understanding that change of cultural features through time not only impacts our ability of tracing back human prehistory, but also influences the definition of population as the unit of research. The model that NU could pursue in the development of cross-disciplinary approaches to the study of human history in Central Eurasia may be exemplified by some of the programs, including those run by the Max Planck Institute in Jena. For example, projects in documentation and analysis of the region's linguistic and cultural diversity and developing methods for using this data to make inferences about human prehistory and relationships between languages and processes of language change. Other projects may develop or contribute to the databases for exploring how languages within families relate to each other, serving both qualitative and quantitative research purposes. Other projects may pursue the study of interactions between human genetic and cultural evolutionary systems, integrating methods and data from population genetics, linguistics, anthropology, and archaeology, and quantitative history in a comprehensive approach to the study of human evolutionary history. Yet other projects may help facilitate understanding and interaction between specialists in various disciplines, including archaeology, genetics, and linguistics, converging on a complementary and holistic studies of human prehistory. Some studies of local regional variety of cultural traditions and factors affecting the evolution of diversity may help understanding the historical and contemporary processes generating diversity and convergence in the languages and cultures of local communities of the region, and understanding how features of religion co-evolved with the structure of human social systems and physical environments. Finally, projects could be developed that help bring together cultural, linguistic, environmental, and geographical information for the regional societies, linking societies to their geographical locations and their shared linguistic ancestry, employing computational methods to investigate the roles of environment, spatial proximity, and cultural ancestry in observable patterns of cross-cultural diversity across the region. The cornerstone of any and all such research programs is modern quality empirical data, increasingly in the form of digital database. In this area of digital humanities exemplified by cultural heritage preservation programs, libraries may and do play an important role, for example, that of providing long-term hosting and sustained maintenance of linguistic databases and repositories. Similarly to rethinking the role of modern museums, modern libraries reinvent their place in contemporary and future research and education as institutions that go beyond passively archiving artifacts of cultural productions. They evolve into research and educational facilities actively curating and managing diverse research and educational resources, including linguistic databases and repositories. In the context of linguistic databases, examples of the past are ample that demonstrate that beyond creation of a corpus project in all its complexity, a possibly even more challenging and resource-intensive task is in its sustained long-term maintenance and further development, adding further research and education value to it and keeping it updated, accessible, supported by expert consultations. In short, keeping it a live resource with a wide applied value. Even in Kazakhstan, one can see projects that started with much dedication and promise, and which in 5-7 years appear resource-starved, barely maintained, dormant, or even discontinued. In this light, university libraries are uniquely positioned to not only ensure sustained maintenance of valuable linguistic and cultural resources in digital databases and repositories, but also to guide users in state-of-the-art contemporary theory-informed applications of these unique empirical resources to diverse projects in research and education, policymaking, preservation and revival of linguistic and cultural diversity in the region. And with this I will conclude, and I will be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. And now it will be a short quiz for checking your attention, dear participants. And you can see this quiz question in your screens. This is a question on how many languages will stop being used in the 21st century. And then we have 3 options to answer. Please click on the selected answer. And so we can see that the most of participants chose the answer to 2000s. And the right answer is 3,500. Yeah, it's 44% of participants. And next, we'll be entertaining some questions from our participants. Please kindly make use of the Q&A box for your questions. And our speaker will go live now and entertain questions. And just to manage our time properly, we'll be entertaining 5 questions only. And together with your questions, kindly put your name and country as well. Please use Q&A box for your questions. And while we are waiting for the questions from participants, let me ask one question. It's how to develop more realistic understanding of the complex mechanisms behind cultural transmission. Thank you.
A very good question. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's the golden question, isn't it? So the idea currently, and I've tried to hint at it in my presentation, is in the empirically rigorous approach to this question. Until recently, it was primarily qualitative approach that was practiced, especially in humanities, less so in social sciences. So what now is a leading trend is to try to apply as rigorous quantitative methodology as possible, and also try to use the cross-disciplinary approach so that each discipline could use the analytical results of the sister discipline as a proxy measure. So for example, in linguistics, we look at archaeology and anthropology to try to verify and confirm across disciplines some of our conclusions or hypotheses. And as I mentioned towards the end of my presentation, at the base, at the cornerstone of any such approaches, of course, is data, right? So following the now famous universal statement, bad data in, bad results out. So the quality of the data and the efficiency of their processing, and now increasingly with the help of computational technology and statistical methods and mathematical modeling, we now can approach to answering some of these questions, some of these global questions, with some degree of confidence and some degree of cross-disciplinary confidence, which is very important these days.
Thank you so much for your answer. The participants, please, you can ask questions.
So while the questions are coming, I can just add a little bit that to
Yeah,
me this
sure.
year was very exemplary in a way that this COVID year demonstrated to us a tendency that was already developing prior to COVID, and that is that there is a tendency for libraries to move increasingly to the virtual space, right? To virtual interaction with their patrons, right? So, and also increasingly, the role of library experts moves towards guiding the patrons in the sea of information and in the sea of resources to sort and do the guided searching and guided information extraction with the help of already existing methods, right? So the search methods, the information extraction methods are something that is also used in such linguistic methodologies as, for example, corpus linguistics. And in this way, the role of libraries is increasingly that of verifying the accuracy information, the good sources from the bad sources, right? But also to help the users, to help the patrons to approach this multitude of resources in the most efficient way. I mean, after all, our main and most limited resource is time. And I would just say in the end that I would like to emphasize the importance of the support to the libraries so that they could maintain and develop further this expert base, right? This team or teams of people who would guide users in a more and more sophisticated and technologically advanced methods of searching information, extracting information, sorting it, comparing it. And that's where I think there is a very productive potential for my discipline, linguistics and anthropological linguistics and libraries.
Thank you. If we don't have questions, yeah, that's it for this session. Thanks for our presenter, Dr. Filchenko. It was very interesting. And I hope that everyone was enjoyed. Yeah. And thanks for our participants for joining us in this session. And before we proceed with the next session, we'll be right now hearing a presentation on the power of data for research in sustainable development goals from one of our sponsors, Rabiga Kojamkul of Elsevier Company. Hi, Rabiga.
Hello, thank you.
The virtual stage is yours. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I can share my screen. I think everybody can see it. Yeah, so let me know if it works. Yeah. Okay, so start. Yeah, so we, as you mentioned, my name is Rabiga and I'm your consultant on Elsevier products in Central Asia and Azerbaijan. And probably most of you who are from Central Asia know me. If not, I'm happy to introduce myself and contact me anytime you want to. And you have my contacts here also. Today we will be talking, I will be presenting on the power of data for research and the contribution of Elsevier into sustainable development goals, research, and how you and your researchers can take part in that also. Yeah, as I said, Elsevier is your partner in research, and you see it in our emblem. Non solus means not alone. And in research, you're never alone because we are there to help you, to help librarians, to help your researchers, and to help you excel in your research agenda. So what is SDG? Many of you know it's Sustainable Development Goals that were accepted by all UN members, and all UN members committed that by 2030 we will be on our way to achieve no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, and all these 17 goals. And also there are sub-goals in these goal categories, but overall we will achieve better world and better life. As Elsevier, as publisher and data analytics company, we acquired our content strategy, and you know it that it's user-focused and data-driven. And we use all our tools as Scopus, Eval, Science Direct, and Customer User Insights in order to analyze the content, what is needed, analyze research trend, and analyze what our users want to see and what content our user want. So as our global as our global sorry, one moment. As our global commitment for sustainable development, as our global commitment for global development, at the data analytics company, we decided to do a data analysis and to help research community, to help global community to analyze where do we stand 6 years from 2015 when we acquired SDGs. And with only 9 years left, we all need to ramp up our efforts and make sure the targets are met, and that the global research community is the backbone of this social change, and its commitment to finding how and when, how better we can achieve all these 17 development goals is very crucial for the world development. And the COVID pandemic has shown that that science plays critical role in society, and that we need to commit to what we want to achieve in 10 years or like even more. And Elsevier in 2020 did, using all our analytical tools, we did SDG progress report. And what we understood that our key insight is that most of the research relating to SDGs, even though no poverty, no hunger, and all the 17 goals are aimed for all global community, it's still most of the research comes from high-income countries, and very low percentage across the first 16 SDGs originates from low-income countries. Most research is SDG 3, health and well-being. The agenda in clean energy, SDG 7 and SDG 13, is having its momentum and developing more evidence, a body of the evidence. However, there is still the least amount of the research is coming for SDG 1, zero hunger, and SDG 1 and poverty. Also, we have noticed that there is a growth in publication in SDG 11, sustainable cities, and 12, responsible consumption. However, there is not so much research, as we said, in SDG 1 and SDG 4, quality education. Articles with the most impact using the field-weighted citation index, the quality measure of the research, comes from SDG 7, clean energy, with publication cited 49% more than the world's average. And the least comes from SDG 4, quality education. Having this all in mind, what from our analytics, what we identified, what is needed to reach SDGs in 2030 is focus on synergies between SDGs and commit for multidisciplinary collaboration, close the gap between science, policy, and society. The report reveals that research is rapidly expanding in certain SDGs, such as clean energy, climate action. Nevertheless, according to the UN, the world is not on track to achieve. In COVID pandemic, from our Lancet Countdown report, as we've seen, it took us some steps back on all SDG research and on achieving SDG. Also, we need there is high need for leadership, and taking action on SDG is very crucial. If we analyze Kazakhstan and SDG, Kazakhstan is on track. However, there is a lack of research in Central Asia overall, and Kazakhstan also. In many SDGs, most of the research Kazakhstan does in SDGs, affordable and clean energy, and there is still lack in SDG 1, in research in SDG 1, SDG 4, SDG 13 in Central Asia and Kazakhstan. How you can contribute to, and how can you help your researchers make SDG possible, commit to SDG research, and like actually look through the prisms of SDGs to their research findings, just using Scopus and Mendeley data is open source. In Mendeley, you can find the articles we are matching to SDG. Also in Scopus, in advanced search options, there is a special filter for SDG. And as you know, it's also used by ranking agencies, by Times Higher Education. However, this tool is really helpful for your researchers, and they can actually contribute to the body of research coming from middle income country and coming from the multidisciplinary research teams. Also, as the content creator, we committed to analyze our content in Science Direct and how it's contributing to SDG to create more content and more research content that contributes to SDG. So in our journals, we have our Cell Press collection, and we have One Earth journal embedded into Cell Press collection that is showing research in SDG, especially SDG 13, and actually multidisciplinary research in SDG and climate action. Elsevier focuses on SDG 3, good health and well-being, SDG 5, gender equality, SDG 10, reducing inequalities, and SDG 13, climate action. But also in Central Asia, we are trying to commit to SDG 17 for multidisciplinary collaboration and developing more teamwork. We also, our Lancet journal has created a countdown report, and every year it creates countdown report for reaching SDG and analyzing the data and how we are on track for SDG 3, SDG 5. And COVID pandemic in 2020, Lancet Countdown research showed that COVID pandemic actually made achieving SDGs by 2030, like the progress we made before COVID pandemic, in some places it disappeared, especially in SDG 5. And now we need to take it back, take the back progress and make it more fast. So in our Science Direct collection, we have 108 journals that focuses on SDG topics. And our journal Winners fully covers SDG 13 and SDG 17 also. Here we have a breakdown by SDG topics. If you're interested, we can take more deep dive inside that, but Science Direct collection has titles in hunger and food insecurity, in health and well-being, 213 titles on clean and affordable energy, 93 titles on sustainable cities and communities, and also Science Direct is expanding its collection on SDGs to cover more. And Science Direct book collections also covers titles in SDG and especially matching the first SDG, since we see that the research is missing, and also in climate action and SDGs related for climate action. Elsevier commitment for SDG 17 is having we organize RELC's SDG Inspiration Day, which gathers worldwide experts and creates a forum on decade, on action. And in 2020, we had approximately 100 representatives from business, NGOs, academia, and civil societies. We partner with Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizen, with Global Citizen, Responsible Media Forum, UN Global Impact, and UN Global Compact. And we actually partner with UN agencies for providing data in SDG research, and that's our commitment for SDG 17. This year, just 1 week ago, we had RELC's SDG Inspiration Day, where we were focusing more on SDG 5 and SDG 4, quality education and gender equality, which was hit by COVID pandemic, as you know, especially quality of education and gender equality. However, 2020 and the research body done in 2020 showed that there is a light, and we can still make a lot of progress in achieving quality education for all by 2030 and gender equality for all in 2030. And we're partnering with Global Citizen. It's our commitment for SDG 4 and SDG 1. And Global Citizen agenda is to end extreme poverty in the world. However, what is needed to achieve this is health, education, tackling food and hunger, providing water and sanitation, and providing more action in environmental conservation and clean energy and gender equality. Also we have our own Elsevier Foundation that is also committed for achieving quality education in the places with extreme poverty. And our Research for Life is providing content in global arena for countries living in extreme poverty. And you can find all the information available in RELC's SDG. RELC's SDG. One moment, RELC's SDG. Yeah, I will show RELC's SDG tool. There is analytics of media, of research, of events, global events, local events, and how all of this is contributing to SDG. So any data you need on SDG research, you can find in this tool on RELC's SDG resource. and it's fully sourced by Scopus, Mendeley data, and Science Direct data. Yeah. Thank you all for having me. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rabiga. Thanks to your presentation. It was very interesting, and thanks Elsevier to make this virtual conference possible, and as to our gold other sponsors. Yeah, and so that's it for this session, and it was fourth session, and now it will be the next session with April Manabat. Yeah, thanks for joining us, the participants and the presenters, and thank you too.
All right. Okay, so thank you so much, Simbat, for that session. And thank you to Rabiga for sharing some wonderful resources from Elsevier. Moving forward to our next session, we will talk about digital collections and curation. I'm April Manabat. I'm a reference librarian, and I will be the moderator for this session. So information organization is also essential in managing our digital collections and curating them in such a way that it is very much accessible and understandable to our clients. Our next set of speakers will be sharing their experiences on how they were able to do these things. Our first speaker is Ms. Lee Chang-Ayan. She is currently the University Librarian of the National University of Singapore. Her vast experience gained from years of working in acquisitions, circulation, and serial management provided her with a strong foundation to build teams that practice continual process improvement and service excellence. She oversees NUS libraries, which comprises 8 physical libraries complemented with a high-quality digital library. Throughout her career, she had the opportunity to write manuals, implement new systems, lead changes, improve service quality, and mentor junior colleagues, as well as rejuvenate 3 libraries to infuse spaces with technology to support the digital environment. In her presentation entitled Making the Invisible Visible, Digital Collections and Curation at the National University of Singapore Libraries, she will be sharing the NUS experience in their digitization program and selected collections in digital gems, which highlighted their accelerated efforts in digitizing historical sources on Southeast Asia. Colleagues, a virtual applause for Ms. Lee Chang-Ayan.
Good morning. Curating and organizing digital content for easy access is more critical now than ever before. The COVID-19 restrictions have resulted in many researchers not having access to much needed resources. It accelerated our acquisitions program and digitization projects to ensure that as many resources as possible are available 24 hours a day remotely. First, let me give you a quick overview of the National University of Singapore, or NUS. NUS was founded in 1905. We are a comprehensive university and is the oldest out of 6 universities in Singapore. NUS is a large university with 17 faculties and schools, 30 research institutes, and 42,000 students. NUS continues to focus on talent and is dedicated to quality education, influential research, and visionary enterprise. The university is constantly shaping the future of education through education innovation, bringing together integrative interdisciplinary studies. Interdisciplinarity is key to shaping education and producing graduates who will be well equipped for complex roles across diverse industries. Set against the backdrop of NUS's mission and aspirations, NUS Libraries has to remain relevant and be proactive in the services we deliver. The history of NUS Libraries goes all the way back to 1905 too, similar to the university. We started off as a single small medical library. Today, NUS Libraries comprises 8 libraries, the flagship central library being the largest, with 7 smaller special libraries in close proximity to the faculties and schools. Complementing the physical libraries and services is a sizable, high-quality digital library comprising both licensed resources and digitized content from our own collections. Library teams are function-based, such as collection and research services, education services and learning innovation, library administrative services, and library IT and technical services. NUS Libraries is motivated to add value to the university through 3 key strategic thrusts. 1, to deliver streamlined and focused services for the digital generation. 2, to be the collaborative hub for experiential digital learning and innovation. And 3, to grow knowledge and capabilities for future generations. These 3 pillars, supported by 11 strategic actions, work towards achieving 5 outcomes, leading to excellence and success for the NUS community. First outcome, we desire to facilitate student success, both academically and outside the classroom. Beyond that, we want to equip them with skills, example, creativity, curiosity, innovation, and critical thinking that will help shape them into successful citizens who are able to contribute positively back to society. 2, we want to assist our teaching staff to advance teaching excellence by partnering them to deliver information, digital, and media literacy programs for student success. 3, we want to help our researchers increase their reach and visibility of their research output, with the ultimate goal of increasing their research impact. 4, the library has the means to create value in the world through the digitization and widespread sharing of historically and culturally important rare artifacts. Not just bringing collections into NUS, but also to push collections out. This is what I will be sharing with you shortly. Finally, we want to build capabilities and constantly improve processes and services to ensure we deliver excellent services. So why did we invest in curating and digitizing collections? It is costly, it is time-consuming, as we all know. Well, we aspire to be a Southeast Asian resource hub to grow knowledge and capabilities for future generations. To be the Southeast Asian resource hub, we focus on acquiring Southeast Asian materials in print and digital format that will support university-wide teaching, learning, and research. We scope the acquisitions to humanities and social science materials in the English, Chinese, Malay, and Indonesian languages. Likewise, we select titles from our rare Southeast Asian print collection for digitization. We have been actively building the Singapore-Malaysia collection, or SMC, since the 1960s. The SMC, with broad and in-depth coverage of the socio-economic, geographical, historical, political development of Singapore, Malaysia, Brunei, and ASEAN as an entity. Since the 1980s, we started actively soliciting Chinese overseas newspapers, publications from Chinese clan associations, schools and religious institutions in Singapore, Malaysia, and Brunei for the Southeast Asian Chinese collection. The SMC and the Southeast Asian Chinese collection constitute our flagship collection, which are in great demand by our students, academics, and researchers working on topics related to Singapore, Malaysia, and the Chinese in Southeast Asia. In recent years, we accelerated efforts to digitize rare and distinctive sources, including primary sources from our own library, to unlock what was inaccessible in the past. We collaborated with other university departments, such as the Lee Kong Chian Natural History Museum, Geography Department, Chinese Studies Department, and the Asia Research Institute to identify relevant collections to digitize. In addition, we collaborated with individuals such as our Emeritus Professor Edwin Tambu for the Edwin Tambu private papers and Dr. Rosie Ma for the Wang Chengshan private papers. In collaboration with the LKC Natural History Museum, we opened up the Biodiversity Library of Southeast Asia, or BELC. We are happy to see that BELC is accessed by researchers from all over the world, including Europe. Our digitization efforts have resulted in several collaborative digital humanities projects, which require research materials and data from the special collections. We provide text, which are run through optical character recognition, images which are digitized and properly described to stimulate interest in archival research and digital humanities projects, such as historical maps of Singapore, Singapore Biographical Database, 50 years of Japanese performances in Singapore from 1965 to 2015, maps of origins, Chinese clans in Singapore, and the Singapore Historical GIS. Our attempt at digitizing rare materials started in 2000 with Le Pao, the first Chinese daily newspaper in Singapore. But it wasn't until 2016, after a special collections team was set up, that the curation and digitization became more targeted. To speed up the process, we bought a manual scanner in 2016 and an automatic robotic scanner in 2018. It was a worthwhile investment as we controlled the process instead of relying completely on external vendors. We could also hire student assistants for the digitization process. As at today, we have digitized close to 700,000 pages or distinctive collections. As you can see from the digitization workflow, beginning from selection of items to digitization quality checks, creating metadata for the works and to uploading them to digital gems, it is a tedious process. The critical steps which will enable the records to be discoverable include pre-generated item level metadata and uploading of full descriptive metadata and images to digital gems as shown in the yellow boxes. We use Dublin Core metadata to describe our digitized resources to facilitate the discovery of our unique special collections. We ensure that the metadata is created and uploaded within 5 days after the item is digitized. In October 2019, we launched our discovery platform called Digital Gems to host all open access Southeast Asian resources and other research collections. It was launched after 6 months of development work. Since then, we have improved the efficiency of the platform further with 2 enhancements because we wanted a discovery platform that was easy to use. More than 210,000 page views were recorded. In 2020, 3,000 visitor sessions to the digital gems were logged. The special collections team created a video on YouTube to promote the collections available in digital gems. You may access the links shown if you are interested in the collections. As of now, we have added 23 collections covering various subjects and formats in digital gems. The subject coverage includes natural history, history and culture, language and literature, medicine and health, architecture, law, and medicine. This virtual library provides access to a selection of rare books, manuscripts, private collections, journals, newspapers, drawings, pamphlets, photographs, maps, and audiovisual materials of cultural and historical value. By end of 2021, we hope to digitize 1 million pages of historical sources on Southeast Asia. NUS Libraries has a strong collection of Southeast Asian historical documents, which contains a wealth of primary information available in microform, making it an excellent resource for multidisciplinary research and historical education in NUS and beyond. We started 2 digitization projects to digitize the microform contents. One of them is we have 95 historical newspapers of Southeast Asia published in English, Jawi, and Chinese language, amounting to 840,000 pages, 900 volumes of historical sources on Southeast Asia in English, Malay, and Chinese language, totaling 620,000 frames in microfilms. These 2 projects were outsourced to a vendor, and as we do not have the equipment and in-house expertise. We partner with our faculty and researchers in grant applications bringing the expertise of our special collections teams and the digital collections we have. The most recent one is a 2-year project titled Linking the Digital Humanities to Biodiversity History in Singapore and Southeast Asia. This project was awarded funding of about 782,000 Singapore dollars by the Singapore Social Science Research Council to researchers from our Yale NUS College and Asia Research Institute. The multi-stakeholders project is also supported by NUS's LKC Natural History Museum, NUS Libraries, the Yale NUS College Library, Department of Geography, and for the national agencies, we have the National Parks, National Library Board, and outside of Singapore, we have the Oxford University Museum of Natural History and the University of Philippines, Diliman. Our key role in this project is to manage the digitization, create the descriptive metadata, and host the collections online. Another project that we hope to be involved in is the Chinese popular cultures in Singapore and Malaya by a faculty from the Chinese Studies Department, if the grant application is successful. In another project with the LKC Natural History Museum on repatriation of Singapore biodiversity specimens from museums and archives in the US, UK, and Europe, the library will identify and procure primary sources related to these specimens. This is an opportunity to build networks for future collaboration of this nature. This project will complement the National Library Board of Singapore's initiative to build the heritage collection. Another project, also with the LKC Natural History Museum, is the creation of metadata for more than 110,000 slides, negative, and prints, which will be digitized. These are historical specimens of Singapore collected over more than 80 years through field trips by museum researchers and curators. The digitized images of the specimen collection will be added to digital gems with full descriptive metadata. In our collaboration with the National Library Board of Singapore, we contributed 140,000 metadata entries from the digital gems to OneSearch to increase the visibility and usage of our digitized materials locally. OneSearch is an online search portal that helps users find information across a variety of resources from the National Library Board as well as other institutions such as National Heritage Board, National Gallery of Singapore, and NUS libraries. To increase partnership internationally, we contributed to several open repositories. One of them is the Biodiversity Heritage Library, or BHL, the world's largest open access digital library for biodiversity literature and archives. BHL operates as a worldwide consortium of libraries working together to digitize and make collections open access as part of a global biodiversity community. NUS libraries contributed about 4,000 metadata entries to BHL through the National Library Board, who is the national node of Singapore. The Pacific Rim Library, or PEARL, developed and hosted by UCLA on behalf of the Pacific Rim Research Libraries Alliance, PERLA. PEARL was created to improve global access to digital resources with strong research and teaching value for its member communities and beyond. It provides access to metadata records of unique and historically important artifacts, including books, audiovisual materials, artworks, etc. Each member curates their own unique collections for PEARL. NUS Libraries has contributed more than 7,000 metadata entries to PEARL so far. We will continue to make a mark in the world through our curation and digitization of distinctive collections. We will digitize new collections and raise awareness. Such collections include specific areas of study, such as Chinese popular culture in post-war Singapore and Malaysia, Malay culture, history and literature, Japanese occupation of Singapore and Malaya, and also the NUS thesis submitted from 1947 to 1980, as well as some NUS archival materials. We will continue to explore and create stronger links with academic programs, incorporating our unique and distinctive materials in academic course designs. We will explore emerging technologies and work towards integrating text and data mining tools to foster creation of new knowledge and research. Finally, we will invest in off-the-shelf digital preservation platform to preserve all digital collections of the NUS libraries and the university archives. So in conclusion, let me say that curation and digitization of special collections requires resources and collaborations with many stakeholders. Scope what you want to achieve and plan the growth for each year. Work closely with faculty and researchers to secure funding for the projects. One person or one department cannot do this alone. Thank you for your attention. Many thanks to the organizers for inviting me to share my story. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. So have a great day ahead. Keep well and stay safe.
All right. Thank you so much for that interesting presentation, Mrs. A. And I like that you are working on creating a mark on the world through those digital collections. Now from Singapore, we will be flying to the USA. We will now move forward with our next speaker, Mr. George Andrew Spencer. Andy has been the bibliographer for Slavic, East European, and Central Asian Studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison since April 2002. In June 2012, Middle Eastern Studies, as well as the Collection Coordinator for Islamic Studies, were added to his responsibilities. In 2020, he was awarded the Distinguished Prefix to his position title, becoming the Distinguished Bibliographer for Slavic, East European, Central Asian, and Middle Eastern Studies. So how cool is that? His presentation, entitled Rare Ephemera from Both Sides, Russian, Soviet Union, and Asia, a digital collections and curation case study, involves several very rare items that the University of Wisconsin-Madison, the Department of Social Collections, or Special Collections rather, has recently acquired, which are in the process of being converted into an open access digital collections to enhance access for scholars worldwide. So friends, let us hear it from Mr. Andy Spencer. Hi, Andy. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning or good evening, wherever you happen to be. Here in Madison, it is just at midnight. So let me get started with my PowerPoint. And can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see it.
Great. Okay. So we are calling this Rare Ephemera from Both Sides. This is a collaborative venture between myself as Russian and Central Asian bibliographer and Yoriko Dixon, who is our Japanese studies bibliographer. So these are materials that we have found that reflect the evolution of the relationship between Russia and the Soviet Union and various nations in Asia, principally Japan, but also the Ottoman Empire as well is represented.
Hi, Andy. Sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. Are you presenting on a slideshow or?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you,
we can see the
you
other
see?
slides. Yeah, your other slides.
Yeah, so can you see the second slide?
Yeah, actually we can see all the slides, like from 1 to 6.
Oh, yes, along
right.
the slide. Yes, that's
all right.
fine.
All right.
Yes. So how we approach this as a project from a project management standpoint. It is critical to develop a partnership between subject specialist bibliographers, such as myself and Yoriko Dixon, and the special collections librarians, which is an entirely separate department within our libraries. It is also important to receive from library management authorization to have the ability to acquire rare or unique items during foreign buying trips. For example, many of the items that are part of this collection were acquired by UW-Madison's Japanese Studies bibliographer during a buying trip she took to Tokyo, Japan. It is also critical to constantly monitor antiquarian vendor websites and their catalogs and maintain the ability to react quickly to acquire items for which there is usually only a single copy being offered. It is also important to develop a cohesive and clear collection theme or collection policy to govern the acquisition of material for this type of collection. For the planning phase, collaboration with faculty is critical in determining the potential research value and use cases for the material. It is also important to establish a plan for preservation and conservation of the original materials and have a process to decide whether or not the materials are candidates for digitization, either as limited access to campus users or as open access digital products available worldwide. Part of this discussion, of course, should include the copyright status of the materials. Oops. So the initial processing of the physical materials should be via the established rare books procedures. Then there should be evaluation by the digital collection specialists for viability to be digitized with such considerations as brittleness, material, and such considerations which would affect the quality of their digital surrogates. In addition, developing a metadata schema and a process for cataloging the materials to rare book standards needs to be planned for. And finally, research into the historical context of the material need to be planned for and undertaken. So here is one example of the material that was acquired during the buying trip to Tokyo, Japan. It was very interesting to us that at an antiquarian auction in Tokyo was a collection of over 60 of these original Russo-Japanese War period placards. They are quite large, most of them about 60 inches by 30 inches, and obviously originated from Russia. It would be very interesting to know how they made their way to Tokyo. We acquired them. Item. So as you see, we have the metadata in the original Russian, old orthography Russian, and we have it Romanized for our American users. We have all sorts of different types of metadata terms that are input. So that's the way we do metadata. Here is another example that was also acquired. And you can see this is also from the Japanese War, also in Russian. Here's the metadata for it. And you see again, the original old orthography Russian, current orthography Russian, and an English translation, as well as other descriptive information. So this is the first pane. As you see, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 panes within each metadata record. So here is the second pane, which has a description, copyright status, genre, and Library of Congress subject headings. Another example that was also acquired from Tokyo is this, which is this is a representative of a scrapbook of a anti-Soviet exhibition that took place in late 1938 in Japan. The metadata is in Japanese with Romanized Japanese as well, and an English translation and all the associated metadata. When we first acquired this particular item, we thought it was around 1940. Since then, I have done a more thorough investigation of internal evidence within the item, and now I am fairly confident that it is from October, somewhere between October and December of 1938 is when the item was actually composed. And here again is yet more of the metadata. And for instance, a public note, pages are deteriorating, and in fact, it is extremely brittle. It was our digital content center had to be very, very careful in the digitization process because the material was extremely brittle. So a current collection overview. As I mentioned, there's about 60 original Russian patriotic placards from the Russo-Japanese War era, as well as a set of propagandistic chromolithographs of battle scenes from the Russo-Japanese War. In addition, we have recently acquired an original Russian color print in the Lube style, also from the Russo-Japanese War period that the item I showed previously. We have also a very rare complete run of an illustrated Ottoman Turkish magazine about the Russo-Japanese War. This magazine demonstrates the great interest among the Turkish people of the time in the Russo-Japanese War and its outcome. We also have a scrapbook of photographs documenting an anti-Soviet exhibition in late 1938 called Debunking of Red Russia. This exhibition gives unique insight into the Japanese-Soviet relations in the period immediately before World War II. And we also have an open access digital surrogate of an 18th century Kazakh dictionary lexicon, for which the original unique manuscript is held by the Department of Manuscripts and Rare Books of the Russian National Library in St. Petersburg. This dictionary lexicon was compiled during the period of gradual expansion of Russian influence in North Kazakh steppe in the late 18th century, around 1770. So here is an example of the Ottoman magazine about the Russo-Japanese War. Here is an example of another item, an ethnographical card relating to Pan-Turanianism, which was popular in Japan in the 1920s and 1930s. So you see all the different ethnic groups. So for instance, the Kazakhs are this kind of light blue here. This is another item in Japanese about the Russo-Japanese War. The big figure is General Kuropatkin. The little person falling off his shoulder is Admiral Alexeyev. Some examples of the chromolithographs. This is, again, Russian soldiers. And here's a page from that 18th century Kazakh lexicon. And lastly, collection curation does not end with the acquisition and cataloging process. As noted earlier, it is important to liaison with on-campus faculty to not only alert them to use cases for the material, but also for their research and teaching and outreach. So creating publicly accessible videos highlighting the collection is very important. So we have created a YouTube video, which you are all welcome to watch. I think I'm at the end of my time, so I was going to have the moderator play it for you. It runs about 7 minutes, but I think I'm at the end of my time, but this is the URL for it. Thank you very much. And I welcome any questions.
Okay, I think we will be playing the video.
If there is time, that would be great, yeah.
In recent years, the University of Wisconsin-Madison Library's Special Collections Department, in collaboration with the library's Japanese Studies and East European Studies bibliographers, have embarked on a project to collect and curate a collection of rare books and ephemera related to the history of the relationship between Russia and Japan. The goal of collecting these materials is not only to support research by scholars, but also to enrich the classroom learning experiences for our faculty and students. These rare materials allow students to examine for themselves primary source materials that date from the times of the events that they are studying in their classrooms. Such personal contact with artifacts can make historical events seem more real to them. The collection includes placards, chromolithographs, an Ottoman Turkish magazine about the Russo-Japanese War, a British Dogger Bank incident memorial card, and a photo album from pre-World War II. A unifying theme of these materials is rare ephemera representing various stages of Russian-Asian relations. One facet of this collection consists of over 60 original Russian patriotic placards from the Russo-Japanese War era. These placards include topical items such as a poem in memory of the death of Admiral Makarov, as well as many other patriotic themes. In addition to the placards, we have a set of propagandistic chromolithographs of the Russo-Japanese War, such as this one of General Kuropatkin awarding medals to injured soldiers. Events and personalities of the war, as well as images of the Portsmouth Peace Conference that ended the war. In addition, we have acquired a rare example of a satirical lithograph in the Lubok style produced during the Russo-Japanese War. It shows caricatures of American and British financiers walking away from a crying Japan, with warships on fire in the background. A notation on the print indicates that the Russian censor approved it on April 16, 1904. In historical retrospect, this is ironic since a little over a year later, in May 1905, at the Battle of Tsushima, it would be Russian warships on fire, not Japanese warships. From the Japanese side, we have a similar style lithograph titled Russian Generals' Inner Thoughts, featuring General Alexei Kuropatkin, and falling from his shoulder is Viceroy of the Russian Far East, Admiral Yevgeny Alexeyev. Another artifact related to the ill-fated Russian Second Pacific
All right.
Squadron's voyage.
So I think that's the video. So we provided the links to at the chat box. So if our participants would be interested to see the video, you can also do that. Okay, so thank you so much, Andy, for such a wonderful presentation. I can only imagine the intensive work that you have done to manage and curate those materials. And now, given that the nature of our special collections, we really need to handle them with so much care and making them available to our users. Now it's time. Yeah.
And it was the whole COVID situation.
Yeah.
Caused a great delay. In fact, the material I was talking about was scheduled to begin digitization the week after the library closed down for COVID, and so it ended up delaying the project by about 14 months.
I see. Okay, so we will talk much more of that. So now it's time for our open forum, but again, our speakers will be available probably to answer the questions now, but we need to have the questions on the Q&A, so we will be waiting for that. But before that, we will have the questions at the poll. So there are some questions at the poll. So the first one is from the presentation of Mrs. Ayan, and then the second one is from Andy Spencer. Okay. All right. So just answer the questions. Okay. Again, thank you so much for our participants who are participating in the poll. Okay, we're waiting for some answers or your answers on the poll. I encourage everyone to put your questions at the Q&A box. Okay, so again, while waiting for them, yeah. Okay, so now we have the results. I think most of you have answered. I think some of you have answered the right answer or the correct answer. The correct answer for number 1 is letter C, metadata schema. Am I right? And then the second one is publicize. Oh, and okay. I think the first answer is about the Asian Research Hub. Am I right? The Southeast Asian Research Hub, and the second one is the Biodiversity Heritage Library. Okay, so now thanks for those who have joined us on that particular poll question. And again, we will be having the Q&A. So I think Ms. Ayan will be joining us for today. So do you have some questions to our speakers? Okay, so while waiting, we have one from the Q&A. I'm not sure. Yeah, this is for Andy. From Kunduz Kolbaeva. Those are precious collections. How long did it take altogether?
Well, it's been a process altogether. My colleague Yoriko Dixon did her buying trip to Tokyo in the summer of 2019. And so we started acquiring the stuff then. And then once we had that core collection, then we started looking with other antiquarian dealers for other items that would kind of fit with that theme. And we ended up getting some additional material from Munich, Germany. We got some additional material from Tbilisi in the Republic of Georgia. And so it took us about probably 9 months to kind of assemble the core collection. And then, as I mentioned, we were just getting ready to start scanning the material when the library shut down for about 14 months for COVID. Once we got back up running in early May of this year, it took a little over a week, about a week and a half, to scan all the material. And we are actually still working on the metadata. And the video that I made, that took a couple of hours to put that together. Luckily, my unit has a graduate student that is very proficient in putting together YouTube videos. And so all I had to do was come up with the script and the narration and select which images I wanted to use, and she put it all together. So all in all, we've been working on this since mid-2019.
All right, I see. How about for Miss A? And I saw in your presentation that there is a 1 million, projected like 1 million by 2021. Is still that, possible given the pandemic? Have you reached that 1 million digital collection? I was just curious.
We have not yet. Yes, the pandemic has actually sort of affected the digitization process. We had to sort of like request for special permission for the staff to get back to the library to continue with the work. So, but we are working towards that.
I see. I think we're still waiting for some questions, but I have some here. For Andy, what are the challenges in processing or describing those various languages? So it's like, it's really difficult to read them or maybe to even write. So what are the challenges?
Yes, that, even the Russian material, because a lot of it was from the 1904-1905 period of the Russo-Japanese War. It's in old orthography Russian, and which our catalogers aren't that used to working with. They can, of course, read it. We're very lucky. We have 2 native speakers of Russian in our cataloging department. Yeah, that's one thing. The Ottoman magazine, it's actually bilingual. You could probably see from the facing title pages that I showed that it's actually in Ottoman Turkish on one facing page and in French on the other page. So we had to do the metadata in French and in Ottoman Turkish, which of course is in Arabic script. So that's yet another thing that our cataloging department had to deal with. And then the Japanese, we're actually in kind of the best situation with the Japanese as far as doing the metadata, because my colleague, the Japanese studies bibliographer, she is half-time bibliographer and subject specialist, and she's half-time Japanese cataloger. So she's able to not only decide what to add to the collection, she is fully able to do the metadata as well. But yeah, it definitely is a challenge working across multiple languages.
I think I should ask the same for Miss. Yeah, thank you. For Miss Ayan, I mean, managing those digital collections and making them available to the public, what are probably your challenges aside from the pandemic?
Yeah, well, I think in our case is mainly also creating the metadata. So, for instance, for the we have to hire a research assistant to help with creating the metadata for the slides that have been digitized. So that is one issue, and of course, because we are sort of digitizing more than we have the people to actually do the metadata kind of work. So there is this huge challenge actually, yeah. But we are accelerating the digitization. So right now we have about, well, just now you asked about 1 million, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We have reached about 840,000. So we have still some ways to go, but that is what we intend to do, to accelerate the digitization as much as we can, so that we can provide access.
I see. I think you still have 6 months to be able to reach that goal. All right. So I think that's for now for our Q&A. So thank you so much to our speakers and to the participants for sharing your thoughts, your questions, and also answering those questions. Again, to our participants, we encourage you to share your takeaways. Please use the hashtags EALC, hashtags EALC 2021, and hashtag Eurasian Conference to share your takeaways about this session. Again, we would like to thank our sponsors for this year's conference, our gold sponsors, Wiley, Microinformation, Taylor and Francis Group, Elsevier, and our silver sponsor, Springer Nature. All right, thank you to our dear speakers and to our participants for joining us in this session. And now let us hear from our friends from Taylor and Francis, and we will try to discover their content. So let us hear from Gloria Borghetti and Nuno Cravo, our friends from Taylor and Francis. Hi, Gloria and Nuno. Take it away.
Hello, hi, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, brilliant.
Hello.
So I'll start. Hello, hi, good morning. I will start then sharing my screen if that's okay.
Sure.
Let me know if you can see it. Again, just making sure that.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Okay, hopefully. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to work it out. So you seen the main page, yeah, we are Taylor and Francis.
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, thank you everyone for today, for your time. So we here from Taylor and Francis, and me and my colleague Nuno Cravo, we're here today to talk a little bit about our journals, and he's gonna be introducing our ebooks. So this is us. Okay, so this is going to be just a brief introduction really about our journals, and so this is our main content, our current content. They are the journal libraries. Our biggest library is the social science and humanities, and then we got the science and technology library and the medical library, and they're being divided into these three main big library, and they are designed to suit any need and any budget. In this library, we provide access to over 2,500 of journals, and they can be accessed through our platform, which is the Taylor and Francis Online, which I will be showing a little bit later. We also have a fantastic range of archive, because all the journal library, they cover content from 1997 onwards. So then we got the archives that they span over 200 years, and they go across 28 different key disciplines. The classic archives, they features any content that they go before 1997, and they go back to the very first volume whenever it's available. While the modern one is a little bit more recent, so it covers scholarship from 1997 to 2006. And then we got the bespoke option, which is basically the option to give any library the opportunity to actually pick and choose collection and titles from any of those archives and build their own collection. It's good because they are one-off purchase, so there are no subscriptions. So once you buy them, you own them forever. And they are fully available online, which is in these days is particularly important to have access to online content for wherever you are. And also, they kind of don't take any space, because archives usually in library, they take up lots of space, but not in this case. Everything is being digitalized and it's online. And then finally, we have our digital collection, which is the South Asia Archive, the Cold War, the World State and Society, and Secret Files. They are created both to support research and teaching, and they offer both students and researchers the opportunity to discover new and exciting content, and perhaps made unexpected discoveries. And everything is fully searchable. So it's like, these archives, they have very old documents, but they are fully searchable. So it's fantastic, because it's like having Google at your fingertips in terms of these collections. So this is just an example of how our libraries are organized. I choose the Social Science and Humanities Library because it's our main library, and it contains over 14,080 journals. And as you can see, they are then broken down into smaller collections, which are 14 collections together. The benefits of owning our library is that the kind of content that we offer is always high impact for your research, and anything can be used, find on our Taylor and Francis Online platform. And that can be accessed. We have now new functionality. Anything can be accessed from anywhere you are, which again, in those days, this couple of years has been crucial for students to be able to access that content from their house, because they haven't been able, unfortunately, to be at university. And also we have we have 2 accounts, and for regular users, and also one for librarians. And in the librarians one, librarians have access to statistics. They can upload the IPs. They can do all sorts of things. But for them, it's particularly important the ability to have access to lots of statistics, and also being able to download the data for the institutions. As I'm just giving an overview for any one of you that would like to learn more about our libraries, our journal collections, and our digital resources, you will find here the links there. And also, if you are an author or a researcher and you like any tips, news, or how to publish, we have a fantastic section on our website, which is the author services website. And then you could find any sort of information that I'm sure you will find very useful. Finally is the Taylor and Francis platform, which is, I'm going to show you now, which is where anyone can access our articles and journals. Even if your institution is not at the moment subscribing on any in our collection, still, we have in total here over 2,500 journals, and any articles that is open access is fully available to you. And also in 2020, we created a free collection dedicated to COVID-related research articles. And again, those are freely available to anyone, so you can register and then or log in with, or otherwise just search without the need to log in on your own, if you create a profile. But if you do create a profile, then you will be able to download, share articles, save them, get alerts. So I would, if you're interested, I would recommend you to go for that option. And also it would be kind of interesting for you to see which are the most cited, the most research in Kazakhstan, from Kazakhstan also in the past 5 years. And this is also the research, the citation in our journals from Kazakhstan authors. So as you can see, it's been growing quite steadily in the past, since 2012. And finally, this is the most downloaded journals in Kazakhstan in 2020. So just to give you an overview, it's quite interesting of how in Kazakhstan they've been using Taylor and Francis in terms of which kind of journals. And with this, I'm gonna hand it to my colleague, Nur-Sultan, which is gonna be talking about ebooks. So thank you very much for your attention today.
Hello, everyone. I'm just going to, Gloria, okay. Okay, I will just very briefly talk about the ebooks, which is a different platform from the journals, and that's one of the things. Even though it's a large company, and so we have two different systems, two different platforms, and it's better than way before, because before we even had two different platforms for ebooks. One was for NetBase, which accounts more for science, technology, medicine, engineering titles, and the other one for humanities and social sciences. Now we merge all into one platform. So this means that we have over 130,000 books virtually on every subject you can imagine, philosophy, chemistry, economics, whatever you think of. So it's a wide range of content. Our mission here is try to help librarians and users to curate, to filter this huge amount of content. And I'm just talking about ebooks. I'm not even mentioning other databases that we have. Like the Sustainable Development Goals Online, which is a very trendy topic. So we'll just focus on ebooks. On ebooks itself, about 95% of the content of those ebooks are DRM free. This means no restrictions to the number of users, to the number of downloads, to the number of printed pages. Okay, please take into consideration our ebooks. It's basically a PDF. You can just download a PDF if it's DRM free and use it online and offline. But also you can read it online if you think it's more suitable for you. Okay. So another thing that I would like to mention about ebooks and our platform, it's a quite recent one, a platform. So it's we have state-of-the-art details about discoverability, We can help you out on how to make the titles more discoverable, both in terms of technical, with the KBARC records, KBARC files, MARC records, but also for the point of view of marketing material to help promote the content to your community. Okay, so and from the librarian point of view, we also have a librarian resources where you can check the white papers, librarian insights, and so on. Still, we have been having not only having content by ourselves, we've been acquiring some other publishing companies. So this means that in terms of imprints, we have Routledge, which is the most famous for humanities and social science, and then CRC for social science, technology, medicine, but also Psychology Press, Chapman and Hall, quite over 60 imprints on that. So it's quite a wide range of content that you have there. It's a very brief presentation.
Yeah.
So my advice here would just to give you, if you really want to get into this, and absolutely free, so you don't have to purchase or subscribe anything. We have now over, Gloria mentioned about journals, I'll mention about ebooks. We have over 750 titles which are open access. So this means that obviously you don't have to buy it. If you as a librarian think it's relevant. Sorry?
Yeah, so I think thank you for Nuno and Gloria for sharing some information about your product. But again, our colleagues or our participants can view your information on the chat. We have provided the links to the chat box. And yeah, thank you for sharing some valuable insights from Taylor and Francis. Okay, so thanks, Gloria and Nuno. And that's it for this session. I will be turning over the virtual stage to my colleague Altinay for the next part of the program. Okay. Hi, Altinay.
Hello to everyone, and we will break for the lunch, and we will come back at 11:05 p.m. And also, please, before we start a break, prepare yourself and needed some belongings for our summer activities, which we prepared for you. Is gonna be yoga and meditation, and we will see again at 11:05 p.m. See you. Have a good lunch. Okay, hello again. And now we're forward to our meditation and yoga session. We will invite our yoga instructor, Laura Aldungar. Now will prepare it for you and will help this session. And I hope you will enjoy this one. And hello, Laura, now is your turn.
Так, меня хорошо видно, слышно. Рада всех поприветствовать. Подскажите мне, пожалуйста.
Да, все отлично, вас хорошо видно и слышно.
Все, супер. Намасте. Как уже писали, меня зовут Лаура Алдунгар. Итак, садимся в удобную позицию. Удобная позиция вы ноги можете собрать либо просто с крестиком, либо можете вторая позиция, кому совсем неудобно, можете просто так же присесть. Самое главное, мы макушкой вверх тянемся. Чувствуем, как у нас тянется позвонок за позвонком. Сделали глубокий вдох и выдох. Вспоминаем правильное дыхание. Если кто-то был в прошлый раз, мы правда забыли, мы дышим животом. То есть одну руку положили на грудную клетку, вторую на живот. Вдох, живот надувается, выдох, живот тянется. Точно так же следом идет волнообразная грудная клетка. И в ходе всей практики учимся вот так дышать. Итак, плечи расправлены, глаза закрыты, настраиваемся на позитивный лад, расправили плечи, макушка вверх, вытягиваясь, мы чувствуем. Как с выдохом освобождаемся от всего ненужного, очищаем голову, стараемся приостановить поток мыслей, остановили внутренний диалог. Осознали свое тело, это пространство. Забываем о заботе, о работе. Учимся находиться здесь и сейчас. Медленно начинаем круговые движения головы. Крутим по часовой стрелке. Медленно, не спеша. Затем в обратную сторону, против стороны. Размяли мышцы шеи, остановились. Руки жест намасты перед грудной клеткой. Сделали глубокий вдох и выдох. И начинаем со звука О вместе. Вытянули ручки, словно небо потянулись, с выдохом распустились, будто бы лотос, и закрепили вокруг себя мысли, начали сенсуал, растираем ладони, чтобы были горячими. Представили, будто бы у нас солнце на ладонях, и слегка круговыми движениями, сначала вокруг глаз, затем просто руки рогаточкой, снимаем отек. Это хорошее легкое тренажерное упражнение. Разминаем все полностью мышцы. Промассировали ушки, довели до макушки. И также снизу вверх мы ногтями доводим до макушки. Растерите хорошенько. Вверх, вверх. Можете также за волосы подтянуть. Хорошо, расправили плечи и с выдохом отталкиваемся, скрутились. Дыхание не задерживаем, дышим. И на выдохе снова возвращаемся, вдох. И на выдохе в обратную. Вдох, возвращаемся и с выдохом так и потянулись. Локоть опущен, тянемся. Чувствуем, как растягиваются все наши косые мышцы, выдох на другую сторону. Опустились на локти и еще раз потянулись. 3, 2, 1, выдох. Возвращаемся и медленно начинаем круговые движения плечами. Разделяем свои мышцы, знакомимся со своим телом. Наверняка вы целый день сидели, поэтому нужно их размять назад, вперед. И медленно мы уже добавляем грудную клетку вперед, толкаем плечи вперед назад. Еще. Будто бы езда на верблюде. Как удобно, можете обе ручками взяться за лодыжки. Вперед вдох, назад выдох. Помним, когда мы вперед тянемся в грудную клетку, плечи уходят назад, лопатки у нас сводятся, и на выдохе мы округляемся. Очень важно именно в таком темпе продолжать еще. Еще пару раз вы продолжаете. И затем с выдохом медленно тянемся вправо-влево. Будто бы ручками, да, мы тянемся из одной стенки на другую. То есть, смотрите, я разделяю верхнюю часть от нижней части, да. Не вот так, да, мы колышимся. Хорошо, поехали. Вдох вперед, выдох назад. Затем другой выдох, еще раз вперед. Отчетливо все 4 точки. То же самое, то, что мы сначала делали, и в круг работает верхняя часть. То есть грудная клетка и лопатки. Возможно, с первого раза не получится, ничего страшного. Дышим, вдох. Выдох. Разомните, раскрыли, вдох. Выдох, вдох, выдох. И то же самое на другую сторону. Также отчетливо. Все 4 точки спокойно. Мы по-прежнему работаем верхней частью и в обратную сторону. Также вы можете заметить, как у вас автоматически плечи крутятся в разные стороны. Еще раз, полкруга вправо-влево. Хорошо, расправили плечи. Понял, плеча опущены, шея длинна. Мы не подбородком тянемся, там, мы по-прежнему макушка вверх будто вырастает. И поехали на круг головы. Сначала мы подбородком вверх тянемся. Выдох, стараемся подбородком прижаться ярыми пальцами. Для чего это я акцентирую, чтобы не просто махали головой, а именно чувствовали и задействовали те самые мышцы, которые и подтягивают мышцы шеи, и разгоняют нашу лимфодренажную систему еще. Хорошо, выдох в сторону, шея по-прежнему длинная. Вправо, влево. Ручками помогаем слегка надавить. Поменяли. И на выдохе мы оттолкнулись. Зрение дотянемся куда выше, не поворачиваться. Продолжаем. Секундочку. Поправлюсь. Ручками усиливаем, то есть я одну ладонь дальше, второй закрепила, дышим 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, выдох на другую сторону, и развернулся, и рукой помогаю еще дальше. Точно так же я считаю, вы дышите 4, 3, 2, 1. Хорошо. Выдох, шея по-прежнему длинная. Надавили. То есть мы не вперед, а наклоняемся в сторону. Так, чтобы ухом касались плеча на другую сторону. Затем вперед. Также я просто надавила так, чтобы я могла также подбородком прижаться к ярной пальце. Шея длинная, по-прежнему ее проверяем. Сейчас вдруг она двигается в разную сторону. И на выдохе назад я ручками толкаю подбородок. Представьте, будто бы мы смотрим на небо и считаем звезды. Вы по-прежнему дышите. У вас тянется здесь, мы подтягиваем, теперь стараемся в тонусе держать мышцы шеи, позвонки еще вверх. Дышим. 3, 2, 1. Теперь нижнюю часть через вверх протянем. Чтобы чувствовать, как тянетесь. Еще чуть-чуть. Старайся частенько смотреть на небо. Мы ежедневно сидим вот так сотаем, да, у нас постоянно голова опущена, и еще вот так скукожить. Поэтому плечи расправить. И теперь вперед закидываем наши длинные лебединую шею, закидываем еще. Будто удочку закинули и в себя теперь. Выдох. Затем от себя. Отлично, еще чуть-чуть. Расслабим, уже закрыть глаза и полный круг. Крутим медленно, если разминаем мышцы за мышцы. Представьте, будто выставила стрелки на часах. На вдохе мне по-прежнему голова приподнимается, при выдохе опускается. Дышим. И наполняем каждую нашу клеточку праной. Вращающим движением, затем в обратную, против часовой стрелки. Прошу прощения за эти звуки. Вы знаете, столицу, Nur-Sultan, здесь постоянные постройки. Еще раз в обратную сторону. И с выдохом надавили, закрепляли, прижались. Можно вторую ручку легкий самомассаж. На другую сторону. Еще чуть-чуть. Хорошо, вперед также двигаемся. Поплотнее назад. И на выдохе руками также мы обхватываем все 7 шейных позвонков. Снизу вверх. И начинаем массировать. Также ногтями прошли снизу вверх. Доводим до макушки, ногтями доводим. Да, делаем до конца. Я здесь, у меня просто здесь изменится. Да, делаем. И садимся теперь. У меня пятка прижата так, чтобы я могла колени опускаем дальше, руки подтянули. Все, голову назад отбросили, дышим. Выдох, возвращаемся, и ноги сразу в бабочку. Встряхнули по нему и не сутулимся, да, вдох. Выдох, еще раз. Опускаются колени, руки я подтянул, то есть не вот так, да, до конца. И голову назад, так, чтобы чувствовали свои лопатки. Выдох, еще раз, просто по очереди мы расставляем, раскрываем тазобедренные, еще раз вдох. Выдох на другую сторону. И медленно также повторяем. Как вы заметили, у меня пятки и ладони прикреплены. И еще чуть-чуть. Еще пару раз. Расслабьтесь. С выдохом еще пару секунд задержались. Вдох, возвращаемся, порхаем бабочки также. Вверх-вниз, вверх-вниз. Спина ровная, плечи расправлены. И медленно мы двумя пальцами держимся за большой палец ноги и просто в сторону, да, отодвигаем. Сидели, работали еще пару раз. И второй ручкой я уже держусь за пятки и за коленные чаши. Смотрите, я специально боком покажу, чтобы не сутулились. Вдох. Вот, у всех симметрично. Покачали своего ребенка. Размялись чуть-чуть. С выдохом в сторону отодвигаем. Хорошо, поменяли. И еще раз. Просто за пятки и за коленные чашки. Тянутся внешние тазобедренные мышцы. Чувствуем. Дышим. Хорошо, выдох, также в сторону чуть отодвигаем. Хорошо, остановились. Еще раз прокрутили, размяли полудугом. Проверили свои поясницы. Если поясница не размялась, мы сейчас дадим фиксацию нашей спинки, даже хорошего релакса. Становимся на четвереньки, кошка корова. Вдох. У меня, помню, да, кистью под плечевым суставом, колени под тазом, ровно на четвереньки. Макушка и таз стремится вверх. Выдох, если могу, Вдох. Выдох. Продолжаем делать. Еще раз объясняю, так, чтобы, смотрите, вы шею не прячете. То есть она длинная, будто бы я в сторону. То есть я плечи отвожу так, чтобы я чувствовала свои лопатки. Я давлю рукой ниже, чувствую хороший прыгик свой поясницы. И на выдохе даю снова провисацию кошки. И еще. Можете это утром, вечером. После рабочего дня, особенно когда сильно побаливает спина, еще чуть-чуть. Хорошо, еще раз. 2, 3, 4, 5. Хорошо, с выдохом теперь. Взгляд на межброви. Плечи боли по-прежнему расставлены. 3, 2, 1. Выдох. Скруглили спинку, кошки расслабились. И на выдохе очень внимательно, будто мы ниткой, да, вдеваем в угол. Я слегка разворачиваюсь, смотрю в потолок. Еще. Просто разноменной ручкой. Вдеваем. И еще пару раз. Отлично, все. Возвращаемся. Пальцы на ногах полусогнуты. Это будет наш идеальный треугольник. Смотрите, я толкаю право назад, колени прямые и разгинаемся, выходим сама, мордой вниз. Адо-мудышанас. Котик стремится выше, спина ровная, и не отрывая ручки, идем. Будто прошагали, да? Колени мягкие, мышцы не рвем, тянемся. Мы намеренно вытягиваемся, позвонки выдох, также ладони прижаты назад. Всем их по 20 лет. Выдох. И одно еще очень хорошее упражнение. И снова возвращаясь на четвереньки. Вдох. То, что мы до этого делали, кошка, то есть корова. Выдох. Мы вытянулись. Кошку. И отсюда медленно возвращаясь на четвереньки, правую ногу вверх. Собака вытянута ногой. Вдох. То есть это уже ускорено. Мы меняем ноги. Это очень хорошее рекомендательное упражнение. Поехали. Выдох. Опустились на четвереньки, вдох. Плечи расправили. Выдох. Округлили спинку. Выдох. Другую ногу. Вдох. И еще. Продолжаем делать. Сейчас вы почувствуете хороший разогрев в теле. Каждый выполняет темпе своего дыхания еще. Супер, еще пару раз. И остановились. А теперь медленно мы также прокручиваем поясницы. То есть мы крутим своими ребрами. Выдох, круговые движения. Мы хорошо стряхнули свои мышцы. Теперь разминаем и в обратную сторону. Еще. Крутим, крутим до конца кошечкой. Работает по-прежнему спина и живот. Продолжаем. То есть мы не тазом виляем, да, как обычно. Сейчас мы им обязательно повиляем еще выдох. И медленно теперь нас чуть-чуть повиляли, расслабились. Хорошо, ноги собрали, сели. Снова округляем спину, потому что мы ее чуть-чуть напрягли. И вдох вперед, толкаем грудную клетку, плечи уходят назад. Макушка по-прежнему вверх. Выдох. Еще пару раз. И на выдохе теперь. Надеюсь, у вас голова не кружится, все нормально. Дышим. Хорошо, поехали вдох. Теперь встаем на четвереньки. Можете пальцы слегка согнуть, те, кому совсем нету баланса, либо боитесь упасть, ноги у меня 90 градусов. Держите за поясницу и медленно таз толкаем вперед, назад. Дыхание по-прежнему через нос. Это будто бы образно, да? Мы будто бы прессом поднимаем живот, грудную клетку, доводим до макушки, выдох. И на выдохе медленно также снова. И отсюда я руками постепенно опускаюсь, держу за пятки. Поза уштрасна. Только я могу так смотреть, вы так не смотрите. Вы сначала смотрите, а потом делаете. Дышим 3, 2, 1, выдох. Точно так же возвращаемся. Надеюсь, у всех все хорошо. Жаль, конечно, что обратной связи нет. Дышим, вдох. Выдох. Понял, да? Если нет устойчивости, просто согните пальцы на ногах так, чтобы могли легко еще раз руками держаться. И поехали. Выдох. Также медленно опустились. Стараемся чуть больше задержаться. Смотрите, у меня вперед. Я держу. Спина ровно, расслабились. Макушкой назад. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Выдох. Кто может, конечно, рукой же оставаться снова на 4 руки опустились. У вас может слегка с непривычки голова кружится. Потащивайте еще раз. Округляем спину, кошки, вдох. Второй. Так, пришли в себя еще раз, встряхнули кошки. И смотрите, медленно я приподнимаю лопатки, толкаю назад. То есть у меня они руки полностью, да, назад. Еще. Отлично, выдох. Теперь разворачиваюсь. Полностью разворачиваюсь. Еще. Все. Восстановились, пришли в себя. Таз ровный. Мы закрепляем наш прогиб поясницы. Медленно ручка отодвигаем, будто бы кот, который хочет укусить себе за хвост. Надеюсь, все хорошо получается. Еще чуть-чуть. Угу. Прекрасно. Опустились, остановились. А теперь предлагаю все-таки чуть-чуть еще усиленнее прочувствовать свои мышцы. Здесь, смотрите, я также, будто бы нитки проделала. Получилось, да, надеюсь. Выдох, руку сначала вверх. Смотрите, я не округляю спину, да, у меня ровная спина. И рукой стараюсь обхватить еще раз. Прогибаюсь, то есть свободно плечом назад. 3, 2, 1, выдох, возвращаемся, прокрутили, расслабились на другую сторону, еще вдох. Выдох, назад. И на выдохе также возвращаемся, прокрутили, все. Теперь медленно, смотрите, я опускаю свои тазовые косточки, то есть вот эта часть лопаток, я стараюсь ею, да, хорошенько прижаться. Если не получается при этих ручках, вы начинаете с позы снизу. Вот. Просто 90 градусов. Но здесь также плечи назад. Шея длинная, то есть мы не прячемся, да, вдох. Выдох. Прошу прощения. И оттуда постепенно стараемся вперед вытянуться. Макушка вверх, бросая плечи отвели назад. Смотрите, у вас ягодицы должны быть расслаблены. Когда у нас напряженно, вот они напряжены, вот выдох, расслаблены. Тазовые косточки прижались, грудная клетка раскрылась. Помним, да, наши будто бы плечики крылья. Лопатками мы держим образно карандаш. Пока я разговариваю, объясняю, вы это делаете, дышите, помните. Если совсем холодно, видите, открывайте холод. Ваша поза все, вот, поза свиси, только не вот так. Вдох. Продолжаем делать, дышим. И еще 5. Я считаю, от вас достаточно только дышать. 3. И 1. Выдох. Таз толкаем острым углом назад, тянем спинку, балансно восстанавливаемся. Таз касается стоп, голова в пол. Приводим себя, дышим. Спасибо, чуть-чуть. Отлично, потянули. Почувствуй, как таз стремится ниже, ручками выше. Но чувствуй, как тянутся позвонки. И на вдохе сложится вдох. Я вперед становлюсь. Вытяните. Снова в кобру. Либо начинаете позу сфинкса. Выдох. Теперь так еще раз назад. А теперь очень внимательно смотрите. Вдох, спина круглая, круглая, круглая. Опускается сначала. Забейте. Таз, вы косточки. И только так, когда у меня грудная клетка раскрылась, я завершаю свою волну, голову вверх. Выдох, снова таз острым углом вперед, вдох. То есть волна идет снизу вверх. Не торопитесь, расслабьтесь, прочувствуйте все свои мышцы еще. Это упражнение для красивой осанки, для здоровой спины. Укрепляем руки в то же время. Вдох. И назад выдох. Понял, спина круглая, не торопитесь, вдох. Смотрите, не надувайте, округляйте спину. Опускается также нога, у меня опускается бедра, таз, косточки. И на выдохе, когда плечи тоже назад, и голову легко. И еще пару раз поделайте. В принципе, думаю, это будет еще достаточно. Доделаем. Вы продолжайте делать. Сейчас посмотрю время. Все супер. Доделали, расслабились, еще раз кошечки встряхнули, сели, садимся также, плечи прокрутили плечами, встряхнули, вперед, ручки вытянули в сторону. Да, чтобы чувствовать, как у вас поднимается диафрагма и лопатки. Выдох, все. Хорошо, встряхнули, ложимся. Будет легкая шавасана с медитацией. Ложимся в удобную позицию. Кому удобно, можете ноги собрать в позе лягушки. Это касается и женщин, и мужчин, чтобы вы ощутили раскрытие тазобедренных мышц. Буквально минуту. Ручками мы прикрыли просто. Держимся за матку, либо ладонь вверх. Итак, у вас глаза закрыты, сделали глубокий вдох и выдох. Почувствуйте, как колени, чашки медленно опускаются. Ощутите внутренне, как раскрывается тазобедренная мышца. Ум спокоен, тело расслаблено. Учимся замедляться, чтобы все успеть. Йога – это противоядие от сумасшедшей жизни. Затем с выдохом можете медленно уже наставить ножки. Вы тогда ощутите, как вы полностью расслабляетесь каждой своей частичкой тела. Выдох. Помогай себе расставить ягодицы, лопатки вытащить. Так, чтобы всеми позвонками мы касались пола, ладони по-прежнему вверх. Закрыли глаза. Поняли, мы остановили, да, пока мысли в голове. Доверьтесь моему голосу и насладитесь сладкой шавасаной. Мысленно мы отправились в спокойно, тихо. Возможно, это на берегу моря. Возможно, вы представите, где вы лежите на гамаке. Тело ваше бездвижное, бездыханное. Поза шавасаны санскрита переводится как поза труда. То есть мы даем отдых своим телу. Мысленно мы также по-прежнему где-то на берегу моря. Почувствовали, как мы наполняемся жизнью. Почувствовали, как волны касаются пяток. Дует легкий ветерок. Услышите щебет птиц. Возможно, вы услышите кричать. Ощутите во рту вкус этого соленого моря. Под вами теплый песок. Заземляйтесь. Представьте, будто ваше тело – это стебель дерева. А ваши пятки – это корни дерева. И точно так же, как дерево наполняется, пьет воду через свои корни, так же мы наполняемся энергией. Ощутите тепло пяток, в стопах, в икроножных мышцах. Мышцы таза, желудок и грудной клетки. А также руки, плечи, шея. Полное расслабление. На лице расслабили лоб, вокруг глаз, мышцы рта, мышцы подбородок. Пусть ваш организм отдыхает, восстанавливается и получает много пользы для здоровья. Попробуйте услышать тишину внутри себя. Сфокусируйтесь на этом. Учимся быстро восстанавливаться. Учимся отключаться по щелчку. Ваше тело по-прежнему бездвижно. Но успокойте, расслабьтесь. Позвольте себе приятное спокойствие. Насладитесь этой тишиной. Учимся быть спокойны, несмотря на внешний шум. Учимся мыслить позитивно. Наши глаза по-прежнему закрыты, улыбчиво улыбаться. Получая приятную внешнюю радость. Медленно начинаем воспринимать свое тело. Мысли снова возвращаем в свое тело. Почувствуй пальцы на руках пацанов. Глаза по-прежнему закрыты, сжимаем, прижимаем. Затем крутим вращающим движением в разные стороны. Подключаем ногу к ушам, заставляем работать наши нейронные клетки. В обратную сторону. Мое тело по-прежнему бездвижно. Медленно только двигаются на кисти, на пальцы. Еще пару раз. Затем ручки вытянулись за голову, потянулись все тело. Глаза по-прежнему закрыты, дают пробуждение плавно и медленно повернулись на левый бок. Коленки слегка согнули. И ощущая приятную мышечную радость. Насладимся еще минутами шавасаны. Почувствовали, как начинает работать желудочно-кишечный тракт. Представили, как энергия начинает циркулировать снизу вверх. Позвольте себе еще пару минут спокойствия. Наблюдаем за внутренним вращением. Стараемся сохранить это чувство расслабленности. Затем чувствуем полное восстановление. Плавно переходим в сидя. Глаза по-прежнему закрыты. Ноги стараемся собрать в исходную позицию. То можете попробовать собрать позу лотуса, либо в полулотус, это не обязательно. Плечи по-прежнему расставлены, интересно мосты перед грудью. Сделаем глубокий вдох и выдох. И завершаем звуком мантры нашу практику со звуком Ом и Шанти. Шанти, Шанти, Шанти. Итак, мысли повторились. Побыли еще 5 секунд единица. И медленно растираем ладони. Как будете готовы, слегка приоткрыли глаза. Представили солнце на ладони. И распределили по всему телу. И медленно круговым движением растираем пятки. Растерите, снимите мышцы меридиана, слегка подщипываем. Также руки лодочкой встряхните, мышцы листья слегка встряхнули. Прохлопайте плечи, руки, шею, это можно также утром делать. Расправили плечи, помню, спина ровная, да? Шея длинная. Благодарю за практику. С вами была Лаура Друга. До новых встреч!
Спасибо вам большое, Лаура. Хорошего вам дня.
Спасибо. И вам хорошего дня.
I think you took your stress out and really enjoyed this yoga and meditation session. And now we are moving to our next session. And now I give the floor to my colleague Din Mohammed.
Thank you, Aurora, for a wonderful yoga and meditation session. Hello, dear participants of the conference. My name is Din Mohammed Magambetov, and I'm a manager of the Patron Services Office in the Nazarbayev University Library. I'm the moderator of the session 6, COVID-19 Impact on Information Organizations, and we have 2 presentations for the session. I'm glad to welcome Mr. Raymond Abruzzi, a publisher, program director of Wiley Digital Archives, and contributing scholar at Columbia University Center for Science and Society. His presentation is COVID-19 Impacts on Information Organization, Transmission and Use. Dear Mr. Abruzzi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen. You can see that?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. So my name is Ray Abruzzi. I am the publisher for Wiley Digital Archives, and I'm going to speak a little bit about the impact that COVID-19 has had on the way information is communicated, researchers are using that information, and consider how libraries may play a role in this rapidly developing ecosystem. Before we look at COVID-19 in the context of information exchange, it's useful to think about earlier pandemics in the context of information sharing, medical research, and health policies. The 1918 influenza is estimated to have killed somewhere between 21 and 100 million people. The true death toll is not really known because it's been obscured by the chaos of World War I. There was a need for the various warring nations to conceal troop illnesses, to conceal troop death or loss of soldiers. And there was also a need to maintain morale within their own ranks as well as at home with the public. So even information about the true death toll is hard to come by. And it's interesting to note that the 1918 flu was not ended by a medical breakthrough or by the work of scientists. Certainly scientists informed quarantine measures, encouraged the use of masks to avoid spreading disease. And it was recommended to leaders in cities and even in countries and states that they close institutions where people gather en masse. However, perhaps what is most surprising about the 1918 flu is that there was no vaccine. After a year of widespread death and illness on a global basis, the strain seems to have died out. It is thought today that what we call influenza A and influenza B are both derived from the 1918 strain. What did become clear at the end of this pandemic was the need for better information sharing and more cooperation amongst nations and institutions in responding to pandemic threats. The need to cooperate was expressed very clearly in a 1920 report on the pandemic of 1918 to 1919 that was authored by the Royal College of Physicians. It was an extensive report that had gathered up as much data as they could find. And the first inference the report drew was that another pandemic in the future would be very likely. And as we all know, that has been the case several times over. The second inference is that solidarity is essential to mankind in the matter of epidemic sickness. And I'll quote a little bit of this, which is to say that the dangers to the world from epidemic sickness in the matter of influenza are enhanced in two ways. They talk about the inevitable trend of the movement of populations, which keeps infectivity of the organism at a high level. But the second point, I think, resonates even now, which is to say, if anywhere in the world there be large collections of people, whether through war, economic strife, or dissolution of civil society entails, they are herded together en masse, there will be opportunities for the other modification of the materies morbi, which renders it apt to conquer the world. Now, I read that to say that wherever people are gathered together, where they don't have access to medical attention, to vaccines, to other facilities, the virus that causes whatever that pandemic or epidemic might be will mutate and continue to evolve. And we know that that is the case today. The last point before we go to the present is that they say to realize that the material well-being of the inhabitants of a foreign, perhaps even a hostile country is a pressing concern of ours is very hard. But the teaching of the pandemic lets us know that's a hard truth. And what that is a call for is sharing information, sharing research, sharing data across borders, even with institutions, people, nations that don't have very good relations between each other. And in a way, this is very much a definition of open science. As the OECD says, unhindered access to scientific articles has potential benefits that can be spread as widely as possible. And I'm just paraphrasing there. But what they really go on to say is that the idea that access to research outputs and data of researchers working in scientific, medical, and technological fields relates directly to public health, the preservation of life, and our ecological system, and that the reduction of suffering and harm should be free and open to all. And that seems like a very straightforward case. The implicit argument here is that researchers everywhere will be equally empowered and informed. Collaborations will occur across institutions, across scientific fields, across borders, and the progress in crucial areas will proceed more rapidly to the benefit of all of us. Now, having endured and still enduring waves of illness caused by SARS-CoV-2 or COVID-19, what degree of open science is occurring today? Where is that cooperation occurring? Is it occurring between institutions? Is it occurring between individuals? And is it occurring, importantly, between nations that don't necessarily have the best of relationships? Implicit in the argument for open science is the call for open access. And I won't spend time on the arguments for open access, but one of the big barriers that is seen by open access is the publishing ecosystem and the economics associated with it. The value of peer-reviewed published versions of record for research has not been reduced through transitional deals and the move to open access, but has open access borne the fruits that have been promised in some of these charts and diagrams? It's interesting to note that when the significance and real importance of the COVID-19 pandemic was recognized, publishers at relevant medical research, relevant medical research, including Wiley, Elsevier, Springer Nature, Taylor and Francis, and others, lowered their paywalls and opened access to their content in order to aid in the efforts to mitigate, control, and eventually develop vaccines for this new strain of SARS-CoV-2. The traffic and usage of these sites was very high, and while I'm only able to speak definitively about Wiley's own site, it is very likely this held true for other publishers. However, whether open science steps like these made measurable impacts in the speed, efficiency, safety, and efficacy of the COVID-19 vaccines available today, or fostered improvements in the ways in which COVID-19 is being treated, is still an ongoing subject for study. And I don't think we can answer those questions yet. What we can do is look at what is going on in the broader publishing ecosystem as a result of COVID-19's demands for information at a rapid pace. In many cases, the traditional pace of publishers engaged in peer review and publishing for emerging COVID-19 research was simply outmatched by the needs of the research communities for information analysis and data. Publishers did make strong and considered efforts to speed up the peer review process and shortened what might have taken months down to weeks in many cases. But the critical and urgent nature of COVID-19 research created, or at least increased, the use of information sharing methods like rapid correspondence, preprint servers, and data sharing via social media. I liken rapid correspondence, like this letter published by researchers in the New England Journal of Medicine, to a letter to the editor, in that the publication takes on some responsibility for publishing the letter, yet still maintains some distance as the content has not gone through the same critical process that a formally published research article would. Rapid correspondence like this letter began to show up in numerous publications, and they shortcut or at least forestalled the peer review process through which this content would have normally been subjected to, in order to push data and information out rapidly to the communities that might benefit from it in the research, in the greater research sphere. Preprint servers like MedRx also saw a significant increase in their usage. While the caveats around the use of preprint articles and data are very clear, and you can see that there at the top in yellow, the use of preprint servers to share SARS-CoV-2 research expanded so rapidly that sites like MedRx were initially overwhelmed. MedRx soon opened a companion site dedicated solely to COVID-19, where the information and usage of the content expanded well beyond any other traffic peaks in the site's comparatively short history. It's important to note that most researchers using preprint data or findings are being extremely selective in what data or finding they choose to incorporate into their own research efforts, and they are aware of the risks. Researchers using data from preprint servers tend to seek out content from authors they either know personally or by reputation, who have a track record of reputable work, who are situated in a lab or research institution that has its own reputational value, and who have previously published articles in high impact and relevant journals. Another thing to note is that researchers are decoupling data and findings from within an article, particularly on preprint servers. And what that means is that they're grabbing the data or the method or a conclusion from a process they trust, and they're leaving the rest for peer review to verify and publish. Open science of a kind is occurring here, but the value of preprint servers is still derived on the basis that the content has been accepted by publication by a journal, for publication by a journal. Lastly, the use of social media sites such as Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and others to share links to emerging data increased dramatically in response to the demand for data caused by COVID-19. While sharing data via social media is not necessarily new, the urgency of COVID-19 and the need for data increased the amount of information shared. Usually, as in this image on the screen, you might see a note, a snapshot, and then a link. And what's important to note here is that in this case, Dr. Bogacic's link goes to Public Health England, to the data sets that he's referencing in this note, and that Dr. Bogacic is friends with, as Twitter tells me to suggest and follow, infectious disease specialists at the Center for Global Infectious Disease Analysis, at the Harvard Center for Infectious Disease, at the Health and Human Services Government Office in the US for infectious disease and public health. And while he's sharing data from England, he is based at the University of Toronto. So these researchers are already connected to each other. They already know each other. So when one puts up data from another, they're more likely to put more faith and invest more time in that data than random information, more random information published in similar sites. So what are the considerations for librarians in the context of these shifts in information sharing and curation? Are traditional roles changing alongside the behaviors of the library stakeholders and patrons, of the researchers that you partner with and serve? I'd like to think of the library as a research partner rather than just as a source for information. And I think some interesting questions to consider are that there are numerous other barriers that inhibit the exchange of research findings and data, right? So there's privatization, there are patents, there are competing interests, there are career pressures, there are issues of national security that present barriers to open science. However, in the face of COVID-19, the scientific community has found new ways to share and exchange data that, while are still dependent on the peer review and publication process, and in large part on the established reputation of the journals for validation, still allow for a much faster, much more dynamic exchange than the established publication process allows for. Changes like these may impact the role of librarians, especially when it comes to inherent risks. Remember the caveat at the top of MetaRex. There's risk to using data or information found outside of authoritative resources, and in some cases outside of the peer review process and all that process implies. What do librarians curate for their stakeholders in these environments, and what guidance can be provided by the library to emerging researchers and scientists at your institutions? You want to tell them to eat the apple, but maybe not that apple, maybe this apple. The methods by which information is being shared are constantly evolving, as are the roles of librarians working in academic settings. While crises inevitably force change and innovation and can even increase our tolerance for certain risks, the library needs to evolve. It is to stay at the center of academic excellence in research and scholarship, especially in the face of crises. Taking stock of these emerging information sharing practices and finding ways to support researchers in their endeavors remain at the core of librarianship. Thank you for listening and for your time today.
Thank you, dear Mr. Abruzzi, for your interesting presentation. Dear conference participants, please write your questions to Mr. Abruzzi by using Q&A feature of the Zoom session to get his answers after the second presentation during the open forum. Unfortunately, due to a big time difference of our second speaker, Mrs. Leslie Moyo, Associate University Librarian for Public Services at the University of Wisconsin-Madison in USA, are not able to participate live in the conference. And so we would like to offer her pre-recorded presentation, COVID-19 Impact on Information Organization, Delivering Information and Library Services During a Pandemic, for your attention. Your questions to Mrs. Moya, written by using Q&A feature of the Zoom session, will be collected and sent to her. Please show her presentation.
Greetings. My name is Leslie Moyo. I'm the Associate University Librarian for Public Services at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. I'll be presenting on the topic of COVID-19 Impact on Information Organization, Delivering Information and Library Services During a Pandemic. My presentation is divided into the following 4 parts. Part 1, Introduction. Part 2, Pandemic-Driven Library Transformation. Part 3, Information and Service Organization. And Part 4, Lessons for the Future. Part 1, Introduction. As everyone knows, the COVID-19 pandemic was global in scope, catastrophic in nature, and rapid in progression, and it impacted every sector of life and human endeavor. Higher education was among the areas impacted profoundly. Within higher education, academic libraries were among the impacted units because of their central role in supporting research and scholarship. The continuity of research, teaching, and learning were paramount in all academic institutions. As key partners in support of institutional academic missions, academic libraries found themselves grappling with challenges to continue to deliver services and support for their patrons during the ongoing pandemic. Fortunately, within the professional landscape, there were opportunities for academic libraries and related institutions to share information and strategies for dealing with the challenges brought on by the pandemic. Many of us shared experiences and learned from one another throughout the course of the pandemic. Part 2, UW-Madison's Pandemic-Driven Library Transformation. At UW-Madison, the libraries played a major role in enabling campus to pivot to remote learning within a 2-week time frame. This was accomplished through instructional designers in our Teaching and Learning Programs unit. As the university pivoted to remote learning, Delivery of library instruction was all conducted online, with liaisons and instruction librarians quickly developing numerous course guides, LibGuides, microcourses, and other learning objects for online delivery. The recent creation of a library hub within Canvas, the campus's learning management system, facilitated the seamless integration of e-learning objects and other instructive content created for online delivery within the curriculum. Access to print collections were facilitated through digitization by our interlibrary loan department, and through this service, patrons could request chapters of books to be digitized and sent to them. Furthermore, many liaison librarians also purchased e-books on demand for their respective constituencies, even when we might have had the print version of the book already in our collection. This helped increase patron access to research content. Users were also supported through consultations and the chat service. In fact, our chat service saw an exponential increase in usage and was used by many to inquire about the status of various services. At UW-Madison, we also created new ways of organizing, accessing, and delivering services and information. All of our services emphasized virtual support, since most of the staff was working remotely, and safety measures called for physical distancing. However, a limited number of staff continued to work on site to facilitate digitization of requested material, interlibrary loan, and curbside pickup services, similar to what was being offered in the stores. In the later part of 2020, we gradually began to open up physical spaces with very strict protocols in place to ensure that both our staff and patrons were safe. The gradual reopening of physical spaces was welcomed by faculty, particularly those in the humanistic disciplines who have greater dependence on print collections. Library staff was redeployed according to prioritized services. This meant that at times staff was working in a different unit from their regular unit in order to support prioritized services. The library strategy was to utilize staff where they were most needed. One of the main challenges that was the continual changes and adjustments that needed to be made as pandemic guidelines changed. Therefore, the planning committees had to continually revise protocols in order to keep up with safety guidelines and mandates. In particular, aligning with campus, state, and national mandates, while also actively communicating with staff, patrons, and partners was challenging at times. Some of the pitfalls we encountered during the planning process included the uncertainties resulting from the lack of clarity of guidelines, coupled with the rapid pace of changes that were occurring. Part 3. Information Services and Organization. Success in delivering library services during the pandemic depended on the following factors: having a strong virtual presence, having clear organization of the website, as it serves as a portal to library services and resources and would be the place that all library patrons would depend on to search for information when the physical library is inaccessible. Chat and email services are critical for communication with users. Portals for specialized support should also be made available whenever possible. It was also important to place announcements and updates in a visible or prominent place on the library website for easy access to users. Other success factors in delivering services during the pandemic at UW-Madison were prioritization of services. That was key. Because we could not do everything, we had to carefully determine what services were most important to deliver, and we focused our planning on those. Strong support for staff was also important, keeping in mind that the pandemic was a frightening situation and staff was dealing with various situations at home and at work, and it was therefore of utmost importance to ensure that they were well supported. Another success factor was collaboration. For example, at UW-Madison, we leveraged partnerships in seeking solutions for access to research content. Through HathiTrust, we were able to gain access to electronic content during the time that our library physical buildings were closed. Part 4. Lessons for the future. Some of the key takeaways in ensuring preparedness for a similar future event is to have a COOP. COOP stands for Continuity of Operations Plan. It's important for every institution to have a COOP, and it's also useful to review that document periodically and update it as needed. It is also important to optimize your website. Your website is a critical gateway to your services and support. It is also important to review your library's performance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Apply any lessons learned. Some of the questions to consider are: what did we learn from this experience? What were the key challenges and how did we overcome them? What were the positive outcomes of our service delivery? How would we handle a similar situation in the future? And finally, it's important to retain documentation of the COVID-19 library experience that might be useful in the future. Don't forget to also survey your users about their experience during the pandemic, as you will gain useful insights for your services in the future. At UW-Madison, the graduate school surveyed graduate students about their experiences during the pandemic. We learned a lot from the feedback received from the graduate students, and we are using that information to plan our services and adjust some of our policies. I hope that the experiences I have shared from UW-Madison in this presentation will be useful for planning in the event of similar circumstances occurring. I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear participants. Please answer 2 questions of the online quiz related to the presentations demonstrated during the session. Please choose one correct answer for each question. Dear participants, you have left also 50 seconds. Thank you. The correct answer to the first question is option B, and 69% of participants of the quiz answered correctly. And the correct answer to the second question is the option, is the third option, influencer, and 60% of participants answered correctly. The high percentage of correct answer indicates that the session participants have mastered the presentations very well. My congratulations to you. Now I would like to go to the open forum and ask Mr. Abruzzi a couple of questions from the session participants. So here's my questions for Mr. Raymond Abruzzi. Have libraries played a major role in providing data and information in the last century? And if so, how did they do it?
Well, libraries, from what I have experienced, certainly have stepped forward as institutional repositories for the data generated at their institutions. I think one of the issues that libraries struggle with is to get their researchers and scholars to participate in sharing their data, in archiving their material, and in loading their outputs into data repositories. I've seen libraries chase down researchers to try to get them to please put the data, not on your laptop and not on a server, but safely into the institutional repositories so that other researchers can access that data, so that the institution can hold on to a record of the work that is being done there, and so that they can combine that information with existing data they have in those repositories. But researchers don't always have the same goals as libraries. I think it's important to find ways to incentivize, to encourage researchers to make use of those data repositories. I think, at least in the US, there is a mandate for researchers to publish the data and deposit it with the National Institute of Health when they publish relevant medical data. And I think the researchers comply about 20% of the time. So it's not just an academic library issue, it's a wider issue where I'm not sure researchers see the benefits of creating those data repositories. And maybe we can do a better job of explaining why it's important and what the benefits are of sharing and creating a resource that goes beyond the paper you've written and contributes to a larger group of data.
Okay, thank you. And also I have one question. By your opinion, are social networks like Twitter, Facebook, and others were considered to be the best tools for people to obtain some vital information, studying or working remotely?
Well, I don't know that it's the best resource. I do think that there is a struggle for critical information literacy skills. And by that, I mean, many people, and maybe we all know this, encountering information on the internet are unable to tell the difference between nonsense and authoritative peer-reviewed research or data. And while social media is a good way to communicate links to data repositories, there's a certain element of risk in communicating data that way. You need to be sure the person you're speaking to is the person you think you're speaking to. And you need to be sure that the data you're linking to is verifiable in some way. So while social media plays a role in connecting researchers to data, it still comes with a bit of risk that other methods of communication don't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abruzzi. There's also one question from our participants. One moment, please. One moment. What direction can you give librarians to fully research information in meeting the needs of library readers?
That's a very interesting question. So based on my experience, my best advice is to meet as often as you can with those researchers, with those readers, to provide a forum for dialogue where you can hear firsthand the issues that they're struggling with, the needs that they have. There is a tendency to send emails, right? And to send out newsletters about what's going on at the library. And my best advice is to find out the next time your readers are having a meeting, or your lab workers or the people in your science department, and ask if you can sit in, to go and say, you know, I'm here to serve you. I'm here to help and participate and partner with you. Maybe I can come to your meeting and understand what you're talking about. Maybe I will give you an idea about a resource you're not aware of, or maybe you can tell me about a resource you need. And I think that first face-to-face exchange is always the best. As a publisher, many times when I visit a university, unfortunately, it's the first time the people in the history department have met face-to-face with the person who selects the history content for that school. I think that if we try to bring those people together sooner, if you make an effort to be part of their meetings and part of their conversations, they'll appreciate that. And it will go a long way towards building a relationship where you can begin to anticipate the needs of your researchers and readers, and even not just react to what they want, but even get ahead of what they need in a way that adds value to the library, to the researcher, and to the role of the library in academic research. It's not always easy to get into those meetings, but it's worth it to try.
Oh, Raymond, thank you very much about you saying about status of librarians, and for your answering to our participants' questions. Your presentations was very interesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Dear participants, thank you for taking part in the session. See, the time of the open forum has expired. Mr. Abruzzi will write his answers to the remaining questions in the QA box, where you can read them if you have some questions by his presentation. We express our gratitude to the conference gold sponsors, Wiley, Microinformation, Taylor and Francis, Elsevier, and the silver sponsor Springer Nature. Now, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Piotr Lapo, who is the moderator of the closing keynote speech.
Hello, dear conference participants. My name is Piotr Lapo. I am general expert at Nazarbayev University Library, and I am have a honor to be the moderator of the closing keynote speech of Dr. Lorcan Dempsey. Lorcan Dempsey, Vice President for Membership and Research and Chief Strategist of the International Library Consortium, Open Computer Library Center, worldwide known as OCLC. Due to the big time zone differences, Dr. Dempsey are not able to take part in the conference live, and so we would like to offer his pre-recorded presentation to your attention. Your questions to Dr. Dempsey and written in the Q&A feature of the Zoom session will be collected and sent to him. Please start Lorcan Dempsey pre-recorded presentation, metadata directions.
Okay, hello. This is the way we're doing conferences now. I'm sorry I'm not in person somewhere. And to mark the event, I thought I'd do a picture of an airport. This is a picture of Sydney Airport taken from a hotel window, and I very much look forward to the time when we're routinely traveling again and meeting face-to-face and having these discussions. That said, I'm pleased to talk at the conference and also pleased to talk about metadata, to talk a little bit about some trends that I see, but then also, as the organizers asked, to say a little bit about what we're doing at OCLC in that context. I'm going to talk about three things broadly. Very quickly say something about metadata generally. Very quickly talk about two directions that are quite important. And then say something about how OCLC is responding in the context of those directions. First of all, just to say about metadata, we're moving into an environment that is very much more digital, very much more automated. And I think our view of metadata changes as we move forward. So metadata, formally, you might say, is schematized assertions about a resource. It's formatted, it makes a claim, it's about a resource. But I think if we think about the environment we're in, that really we need metadata because it relieves a potential user of having to have full advanced knowledge of the existence or characteristics of a resource. And by this I mean, in the digital environment, if we're going to interact with resources, if we're going to interact with workflows, if we're going to move around an environment, we don't want to have to know in advance the characteristics of everything that's in that environment. We don't want to know in advance how everything behaves, what is there. We need intelligence in that system, and that really is the vital importance of metadata. So we're used to thinking about metadata as applied to information objects that we manage and discover. Increasingly, in the digital environments in which we work, in which we move, in which we entertain ourselves, in which we learn, in which we research, we're surrounded by workflows and objects, all of which need to be described so that those systems can work together easily. So metadata is very much the intelligence in the digital environment. Metadata applies to resources. We know this. We want to discover, compare, reuse, buy resources. To do those things smoothly and effectively, we need metadata about those resources, how they behave, how they're available, what they are. But increasingly, we interact with resources through workflows. Workflows are the resources, the people, the applications tied together so that we can actually get things done. And I have an example of research information management, which I think is really quite interesting from a metadata point of view coming up. And then all of this is in this broader environment where we're interacting with resources. We have become used to interacting in networks, in environments, and I put up Strava there, the application used by runners, bikers, athletes. And if you think about the metadata requirements for something like that, the metadata attached to people, the metadata attached to events and so on, to make that all work together, we increasingly interact with those types of things all around us. In this context, I want to highlight two directions that are quite important at the moment. So those two directions, the first is what we call entification. So we in the library community are used to thinking about resources, books, journals, digital content as the entity of interest. And we give those identifiers. We're used to ISBNs, we're used to OCLC numbers, we're used to DOIs now. But increasingly, what we want to do is to give an identity to all the resources of interest to us. We want to give an identity to organizations. We want to give an identity to places. We want to be able to refer to those in applications and do sensible things with those. So entification, giving a singular identity to all the resources of interest, associating those with metadata, and then thinking about the relationships between those, being able to navigate a graph of those entities. The second area that's become very important and heightened in the last year, certainly in the US, but also around the world, is pluralization, thinking about better representing the identities, the memories, the experiences of a wide range of communities in our descriptive apparatus. Communities that may have been overlooked or shunned or marginalized, or communities that may have been represented in particular ways because a dominant voice, a politically dominant voice, some other voice, has been responsible for the description. And there's a big movement now to think about how do we repair some of that harm? How do we think about just description? So those are two very important trends that we're seeing happening at the moment that are having some wide application in library metadata environments and certainly in OCLC. So thinking about entification, as I say, we very much want to create a singular identity for something, gather information about those entities. Think about Google, for example. When you do a search on Google, they give you a card for the thing you're searching. They're trying to say, rather than just giving you a big list of results, they're trying to say, here's the thing that you might be looking for, or here are the things that you might be looking for, and here's some stuff we've collected about those things. Here's some information we've collected about those things, and here are some links to other things that you might be interested in, those entities. And then you want to create relationships between these. We're used to relationships like citation, like a derivative work. But then you have things like affiliation. Where does somebody work? Do they work in a research lab? Do they work in a university? Are they from a particular place? And can you make connections among those things that help us analyze the whole environment? So an example is research information management. This has become very important in a variety of university settings. Of variable interest across different countries. It depends on the research environment, but it has emerged as a very important area. There are now a variety of commercial systems that support this area. There's some open source activity. There's some other activity that supports research information management. But if you think about research information management, this is managing the research outputs, the research practices, behaviors of an institution, And it's to support things like expertise profiles, but also faculty activity reporting, various other aspects of that research workflow, of that research practice. And in the context of research information management, there are a variety of metadata requirements. So people want to know about researchers, their affiliations, their collaborations. They want to know about the research outputs. Not just documents or articles, but research data maybe software. They want to know about grants, projects. They want to know about laboratories. You want to tie all of these things together. You want to be able to move between these areas. So within the research information management context, there's very much a move, a desire to be able to describe all of these things, to attach identifiers to them, to build relationships across them. And just to give an example, here is the public phase of the research information management system at the University of Minnesota. It's actually based on a system available from Elsevier. And if you look across the bottom, maybe a little bit small, but there are a variety of entities mentioned here. There's profiles, that's individual researchers, people. There's research units. There's university assets. University assets are the things that the university has, specialist equipment, laboratories, things that the university has that people want to use that support research that might be interesting in the context of describing a project or something else. Projects and grants, research output, the articles, the preprints, the research data. So these individual entities are important in their own right, and the relationship between them is important. This is a university asset, quite interesting, describing a piece of equipment. Quite interesting, you know, there's a hierarchy over here, university imaging centers, light microscopy, and then individual pieces of equipment. So describing, giving an identity to various assets within the university so that they can be linked together and linked to other things. From a profile point of view, this is a search, this is a legal scholar, Fanula, Nielon, and when you do a search, you find this person, and then you also see there's one profile, so that's a description of the person, 9 projects and grants, so description of those grants, 96 research outputs, and then some media mentions. So these are other entities that are described and linked together. And this allows you then to build things on top of this. So this is looking at research collaborations between the University of Minnesota and other areas based on analyzing the metadata about those research outputs and other aspects. So this is then a list of some of the collaborations with Ireland. This is the profile. Quite interesting down here then, because you've got metadata, they map it to the Sustainable Development Goals, an initiative of the United Nations. So you can profile the research in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals. But then based on the metadata, they give a sort of characterization of the research, but then they link it to other researchers, to other organizations. You've got the projects and grants research output. So again, rather than just doing a search, a text search, and finding some results, what we're looking at is increasingly a set of entities, a set of resources that are described and linked, and then analyzed in various ways, described in various ways, presented in various ways. Here's the same researcher in another system, Dimensions, from digital science, and here you can see similarly this focus on identified entities. So you've got the resource types, you know, the publications, grants, policy documents across the top. You've got some research categories. You've got other researchers that might be related. So increasingly thinking about the things that are of interest, the entities that are of interest, and relating those together. Now, Various organizations build on top of this, various analytics, various ways of analyzing the research. What I'm interested in here, though, is just this move to think about making sure that all the entities of interest to us have identifiers and then can be used in systems in particular ways. The second trend identified was pluralization. This has clearly become a major topic of interest after the murder of George Floyd in the US, a moment of reckoning for libraries, for practices. But this is accelerating an interest that was already there, but it has made people much more aware of harmful description, dated description, descriptions that don't respect cultural protocols or norms of particular peoples or experiences, that represent an occupier or historically dominant perspective, that don't include important experiences or perspectives that were excluded by that dominant perspective, that may embody partial cultural assumptions that don't reflect the full experience or values of particular communities. So all of these issues have become much more prominent in library discussions. Now, we have done some work here, and there's a discussion at this blog entry on hanging together of some of these issues in the context of a survey that we did looking at some of these issues, particularly in relation to indigenous, the characterization of indigenous populations and materials. In that survey, which was done in 2017 before the George Floyd murder, there was already this growing concern that if you think about equity and diversity and inclusion, what are things that are changed or important or planned? And you can see metadata descriptions for archival materials already had received attention. But if you look at the areas where people were planning, metadata descriptions in library catalogs, in digitized collections, and then terminologies and vocabularies generally. A recognition that we need to think about these things, and that recognition heightened in the context of the last year. Okay, so those two important trends, entification and pluralization, let's think about some things that are happening at OCLC in that context. So entification, we have a large project underway called Shared Entity Management Infrastructure, and I'll give some background to that. Now, this is in the context of thinking about entification in libraries, and one of the ways we talk about this is clearly, linked data. Linked data is about giving entities an identity and then linking those together in various ways, publishing metadata about those. For that to move into common use, though, libraries need reliable, persistent identifiers and metadata for the critical entities they rely on. So this project begins to build that infrastructure in a library community and then advance the whole field in that way. So our work in this area is based on a long history of experimental and prototyping work to begin to really figure out how we're going to work with linked data, how we're going to work with more entified resources. And a major foundation for this is the work that we've done with particular vocabularies. VIAF, the Virtual International Authority File, which is coming together of authority files from national libraries around the world. We work with national libraries, we harmonize, we merge those files, we give singular identities to the persons, we link them to other identities, and that is widely used and is foundational in much of the work that we do. We've also worked on FAST, which is faceting of the Library of Congress subject headings, looking at splitting it up into topic, place, and then giving those an identity so that, again, they can be used in this type of environment. a range of other work, some more specialist, looking at aspects of reconciliation, of how to manage metadata in this environment, looking at workflows, processing, and really moving towards this idea of linked data at scale. A very important marker in this context is Project Passage. You'll find a report about it on our website. And this really began to explore in practice creating linked data at scale, identifying what we have, thinking about the entities that are important, giving them identities. And one of the interesting things here is really exploring some of the technologies. And we used Wikibase, used some other technologies here. And this gradually feeding into what has become a production initiative looking at how we roll out this type of infrastructure, this type of entity management infrastructure to the community. And I'm going to talk about semi-shared entity management infrastructure now, which is OCLC's flagship project in this area, which we are currently working on. Importantly, supported by the Andrew Mellon Foundation, OCLC working, contributing its own resources alongside that. So what SEMI is doing is creating production infrastructure. So infrastructure that is available in services that the library community can rely on for work and person entities. So for works, for intellectual works, and for people, for persons. We want to provide support for multiple descriptive and encoding standards, have persistent identifiers. So the SEMI will have an identifier, but then we also want to link to other identifiers for those. So ORCID is very important for persons, where there's an ORCID link to that, link to a VF identifier, link to identifiers that are available. And really, most importantly, we are trying to do this in a context that we work with representatives of the library community to advance a view of how this works in practice. And this is a snapshot of a variety of the organizations that are involved as we move that forward. Quite a lot of US-based organizations, but then national libraries and organizations from around the world. From an activity point of view, this is a very busy slide, but I just wanted to give a quick idea. So using Wikibase, we have millions of entities at scale, moving data in there, looking at simple search and read. We have scaled it up, looked at not just searching tools, but creation and editing tools. And then through this year, adding more data sources, making it more useful from a functionality point of view. Towards the end of the year, looking at really scaling the whole thing up so that you have production service looking at the full data and preparing for release next year. So what we hope with this is that we will have production infrastructure that provides a basis for these two entities initially, in the longer term, other entities, that gives a reliable backbone, a source of identifiers and a source of metadata. So really quite important for the library community. The other initiative I wanted to mention from the point of view of pluralization, also supported by the Andrew Mellon Foundation, is looking at reimagining descriptive workflows. So the issues that I mentioned earlier are now of general concern, but the question is, how do we address these at scale? Individual libraries, archives, museums are beginning to do things with their own collections and with their own catalogs. But we really need to think about this from a systemic, community-scaled type of level. So OCLC is doing some work internally, and we're looking at our own vocabularies, our own processes, the way we describe things. one of the things that we've done, for example, is we've removed master record from the way we talk about things. We talk about a WorldCat record. But what we're doing is we're organizing a convening, a meeting, a coming together of stakeholders who have particular experience, particular knowledge in this area. And what we want to do is to look at the variety of ways in which people are approaching this topic at the moment, and then to identify those places where we need really to think about scaling up that activity or doing things at a community level. The output of this then will be a community agenda, and this should appear towards the end of this year. The meeting will be happening over the next couple of months. It'll be online. But what we want to do is to produce a community agenda that suggests a variety of the ways in which, as a community, we might move forward to tackle this issue. And there will be areas that OCLC might be interested in advancing, but the purpose is to provide that community agenda so that it can create a conversation, but also create pathways into the future. So going back to the survey that I mentioned, I just wanted to highlight that one of the areas in the survey that was identified was this idea of linked data, this idea of having more entified data, so that one's systems and services could be more sophisticated in terms of linking between vocabularies, in terms of identifying preferred terms, doing various things. So that's a sort of coming together of these two interests. So linked data, mapping inappropriate terms to more appropriate ones. So the idea that one way of addressing some of the issues in vocabularies is to systematically begin to map those terms to other terms, but to do that needing an infrastructure where that work can be captured so that it's made available more generally and can happen at scale. So I will pause there and thank you very much. I believe that I am happy to take questions, but by email. Those of you who want to pursue these topics further should certainly look on our website, look on the research website. One very recent report that I mentioned, that I didn't mention, is transitioning to the next generation of metadata. We've had a variety of conversations about this, a variety of conversations about what it means from a practical point of view to begin to think about this next sort of generation of metadata. And I encourage people to read that report, to look at various of the blog entries that describe various national convenings discussing that. So with that, I will say thank you very much and goodbye.
Now, dear participants, I would like to ask you to answer two questions of the online quiz, which is related to Lorcan Dempsey's presentation. So I would like to know that right answer for the question 1 is option 3, shared entity management infrastructure, and right answer for the question 2 is option 2, identification and prioritization. I would like to say that we have quite moderate results, and it's how to say, option for us to learn more about OCLC project. And I would like to repeat advice of Lorcan Dempsey to use the OCLC portal to read reports about OCLC projects and other information materials. Meanwhile, I would like to thank our generous gold sponsors, Wiley, Micro Information Handling and Distribution, FZE, Taylor and Francis Group, Elsevier, our silver sponsor, Springer Nature. Also, I remind you about the online survey form, which I hope you will fill out. Now, I would like to provide floor for Joseph Yap for moderating the conference closing ceremony. Please, Joseph.
Thank you so much, Piotr, and thank you, Lorcan. So how's everybody doing now? It's nice to see you all again. Once again, my name is Joseph Yap, and I will be your moderator during this closing ceremony. I would like to say a huge thank you to all our keynote speakers, both opening and closing, session presenters for days 1 and 2, and all our sponsored presentations. We hope you had a fruitful experience throughout the 2-day virtual conference. We also hope that you learned a lot from our experts and enjoyed the yoga and musical performances. At this point, we are almost over. It is time to ask, what are your takeaways? So let's make it more engaging. If you can post in your social media accounts, adding our official hashtags of our conference, hashtag EALC, hashtag EALC 2021, and hashtag Eurasian Conference. Once again, we would like to thank our generous sponsors. Your support made our virtual conference a huge success. We are grateful for your presence. I would like to name them again, our gold sponsors, Elsevier, Micro Information, FCE, Taylor and Francis Group, and Wiley, and our lone silver sponsor, Springer Nature. Unfortunately, our webinar platform does not allow us to take a group photo. Sorry, please accept our sincere apologies. Hopefully, we get acquainted somewhere else in the future. At this point, we would like to award the virtual certificates to our speakers and sponsors. We shall also send them via their registered email addresses. Let's now proceed with the awarding of certificates. Let's now move on to the first set of awardees. Now for this one, this is going to be for the keynote speakers. The certificate reads, the Nazarbayev University Library, and Association of University Libraries in the Republic of Kazakhstan is presenting this the certificate of appreciation is presented to Christine Oliver and Lorcan Dempsey in grateful recognition for sharing their time and expertise as keynote speakers during the 10th Eurasian Academic Libraries Conference with the theme Contemporary Trends in Information Organization in the Academic Library Environment, given online this 30th of June, 2021, signed by Azim Gultemirkanova, Acting Director, NU Library. Congratulations, Christine and Lorcan. To our next set. So it's the same citation reads, this is going to be for our guest speakers. So it's almost the same citation, and let me call on the following people. Yes, so here are the set of our guest speakers. We would like to thank the following. Let me just make this larger. Aliya Saidembayeva, Matilde Koskas, Priscilla Pun, Ana Maria Fresnido, Timothy Thompson, Mark Anthony Santos, Dr. Andrei Filchenko, Liching Ian, George Andrew Spencer, Raymond Abruzzi, and Leslie Moyo. Thank you and congratulations. And for our final set of certificate of appreciation given to our sponsors, both gold sponsors and silver sponsors. So the same citation reads, and would like to thank again Wiley, Micro Information Handling and Distribution FZE, Taylor and Francis Group, and Elsevier, and our silver sponsor, Springer Nature. Thank you so much. So the entire conference will not be possible without the excellent job by our program chair, who tirelessly coordinated all efforts to bring an amazing program. To give her closing remarks, let me call April Manabat. April?
Yeah. Thank you, Joseph. Hello, everyone. Greetings from Kazakhstan. This pandemic has given us a different experience on how we do conferences nowadays. So let me begin by extending our profound gratitude to all those amazing people who have made this virtual conference possible. To our notable speakers for accepting our invitation and sharing their expertise and experiences despite their busy schedules and making yourselves available despite time differences. Thank you. To the Vice Provost, Doretta O'Donnell, and Ms. Buljan Ershanova for their messages and support. Thank you so much. To our performers, Laura Aldungar and the Basic Kosha Brothers for sharing their skills and talents. Thank you. To our sponsors, thank you so much for generously supporting our virtual conference. Our gold sponsors, Wiley, Micro Information, Taylor and Francis Group, and Elsevier, and our silver sponsor, Springer Nature. And lastly, to Privco and Overdrive companies, thank you so much for your support. And to the men and women behind this year's conference, thank you for all your time and effort for making this event possible. The last 2 to 3 months of preparing for this virtual conference was never a walk in the park, and I'm so happy and proud that despite some limitations, we were able to pull this one off. Thank you so much. And last but definitely not the least, to our participants from all over the world, we cannot thank you enough for being with us for the past 2 days. We do hope you have learned a lot from this conference. While we miss the physical interactions, not to mention the conference snacks, and even the overflowing teas and coffees, I hope you still feel the warmth of the friendship, camaraderie, and fellowship from us and among the speakers and other attendees. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, April, and we truly appreciate your efforts. Now, everything must come to an end. On behalf of the steering committee, the conference organizers and sponsors, our translators, and the whole technical team, we would like to thank all of you for being with us during the whole conference. We truly appreciate your active participation. The certificates will be sent to your registered email addresses. We encourage all participants to accomplish the evaluation forms. We hope that we were able to deliver the aims of the conference, and we apologize for any lapse on our part, and we shall do our best to improve in our future activities. If you have any questions, please feel free to email us at ealc@nu.edu.kz. We are looking forward to seeing you, hopefully in person, and hopefully it's still free next year. Please take your COVID-19 vaccines if you get a chance and if you are ready. Once again, my name is Joseph Yap saying goodbye, and please stay safe and healthy until we meet again. Live from Kazakhstan, so Bons dos Vidanya, hanggang sa muli, paalam.